finally made it to the surface after trapping Brago as best you could. Some of you even made friends among the workers. Back in the civilized part of the city, you returned home, and not content with another detour in her mind, Kara insisted she would be staying to search for a direct way to fight, and maybe to avoid Ablin. You spent the next day at the markets buying supplies for the journey and meeting preemptively with your guide to the underground, Huxley. Vouching for Huxley with your guide, you'd returned to Quartermains to settle in for another long night's rest. With Soleil breaking off and visiting his friends in the lower district. And this is where we start. Was there anything else anyone wanted to do before a long rest?
We have a spare room over here, right?
Yes.
Probably would have set Huxley. I guess we have one right here too, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I would show Huxley around the estate.
Fancy.
Yes, it's very nice. Now, do be careful not to misplace things. Reginald gets a little forgetful, so we try to help him as best we can.
Right. Who's Reggie?
Talk your ear off if you're not careful.
That's also true. When we make it to the library, I just like peek. Yep, those are the angels I was talking about. Don't.
Whoa.
What?
As you open the door,
Cool and
hear
beautiful.
the mumbling stop as two heads turn towards you.
I'm just showing our guide around. I guess she's going to be taking us through the tunnels, so, you know.
The haired one must be the strongest and coolest of the group.
Oh, she absolutely is. I should tell you about this one time she saved my life. Oh, my. You hear that, Kara? She's busy right now. Okay. So you can have this room or this other one up here.
As the door closes, you hear the conversation immediately resume.
Does Huxley have like any, as she's being shown around, any particular reaction to like how nice the place is, or?
Yeah, definitely just looking at everything with big eyes, touching stuff.
Mm-hmm. So like seeing her touch stuff. So you know, if there's anything you need, you just tell us, right? Because we're like taking care of everything, and I figure we pay you or something at some point, unless Badar's already worked that out. Or maybe we just split whatever we find
you
with
pay
or
me, yeah. As discussed.
We didn't really discuss it. So.
Well, I should be compensated as a guide.
Yeah, right. And that's what I'm saying. If there's anything like in particular you need, just say something, you know. It's not a problem, but don't just like grab things, because looks at Evelyn over his shoulder. Yeah, don't just grab things.
Some things aren't necessarily safe to grab.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they're like traps.
Yes.
Clever.
Miss Eblin is very clever, actually. You'll find that out very quickly.
Nods.
Continue showing more. So you think you'll... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say you could stay in one of those rooms, and just around the corner is a wash-up room.
What's that?
I expected you might say that. A bath.
A bath.
Oh, yeah, it's this awesome thing. It's kind of like swimming, but you do it for fun, and there's a bubble.
Except not really swimming, more sitting in water. Cleans off all the muck.
It's like super casual swimming where you don't actually have to work for it.
Right.
It's a good
Inside
time.
the house.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
just show you. I'd sit right over. You just head in here. You can use the facilities and take a bath.
You take a bath in the big thing, not the little thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you take a dump.
Right.
Sorry if you already knew that. I would just, wouldn't want you to take a bath in the wrong.
Yeah, totally. I totally knew that.
Yeah, cool.
And if you need some soap to clean up, that's all here as well.
Oh yeah, I need lots of soap.
All right. Wow, there it is.
Starts pocketing the soap.
For the purposes of cleaning.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, fair enough.
So you can feel free. Did you have a preference on either room? Any feel better to you?
Which rooms? They're free.
And the one
There's
over
this one right beside us,
over
and
here.
the one we passed.
Here. One has the bed closer to the door. One's further from the door, realistically.
This one's next to Soleil, so you might hear him like purring in your sleep.
Also,
Right.
Probably quite soothing, to be honest.
I'll take the big room.
Alright.
if you need food, we've got a cook downstairs. If he's around, he can put something together for you. But he'll normally provide the meals at general hours, morning, evening, and if some people are around, and noon.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Again, you just have to ask. Most other rooms, I'd say, stay out of, as they're people's personal things, and people can be touchy about that.
Of course.
I don't mind if you come hang out in my room, that's fine. I'll show you which one. But yeah, I'd say the other one's fine. Not that there's much to see in my room.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we could introduce you to Reginald. If you feel up to it.
Sure.
Right?
Probably
he really
down.
enjoys carrots. We could probably bring him a plate of carrots.
Right.
Carrots.
Mm.
Right.
Like we were saying, this is the kitchen.
Aelith, we have a guest for the evening. Just to throw it on your radar.
No, of course.
So you
I'll
don't think there's an intruder in the house?
prepare some extra.
Yeah, like a lot of extra.
Okay. Anything in particular I should be mindful of?
Anything you don't like eating?
Dirt. It's not my favorite.
Okay, I'll keep the food free of dirt. Shouldn't be a problem. Don't really have any dirt in stock.
Do you have apples?
A few, but not too many. Fruits have been a bit of a luxury the past few days, but there's some in the cooling.
Do you have eggs?
Eggs. We have a few, yes.
Cool. Do you have spoons?
Yes, we have all sorts of cutlery.
It's just like rubbing her hand over her face, like, oh gosh. Right, well, we're gonna go visit with Reginald real quick. Do you have any carrots? I know there's a
He
big
looks
crate.
to his right where a large crate of just carrots stands.
You're the
Yeah.
best. I'll just grab some carrots.
Perfect. Well, so when he's in the seating room, bring you over there. Looking in is Reginald, still where he last saw him.
He is in a different chair.
Hmm.
The book he was reading lies open on his lap as he seems to have dozed off.
This is Reginald. This is actually the best way to meet him. Is like this, I would say. He's a lovely conversationalist, but okay.
Hey, this plant's wonderfully good for his back.
You're curious, huh?
Do we like poke him or just look
They
at
haven't
him?
told me about you.
I suppose we can get him another pillow.
Wouldn't want to spoil the fun.
Gets a pillow and tries to maybe prop him a little bit. It seems like he's slouched. Is that what everyone was implying?
Can I eye the book in his lap?
He is leaning back into the chair. What was that about the book? You want to take a look at
I
it?
just wanted to see what kind of book he was reading.
The book he's reading is not one you'd seen on the shelves before. It's not in printed letters. Instead, you find that it's handwritten. You try to pick it up.
I do.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Let's reroll my dice. Give me a second.
If he seems comfortable enough, I won't bother with the pillow.
He seems comfortable enough. The couches are quite padded.
That would be a 14.
You pick up the book and you close it, or do you just examine what's written on the pages or its back?
I'm going to kind of pick it up and look as kind of be in the gesture of putting it down off to the side, but not closing the book as I'm moving it to see what's on the open pages.
On the open pages, you find a couple of paragraphs detailing some research into magic, namely teleportation and planar magic.
That makes sense.
I will close the book and set it to the side.
As you close the book, you notice that while it's leather bound, there is no name on the front, nor along the back.
I open the first page. Is there any author?
In large, somewhat scraggly letters, the first page only reads a single word, which reads research.
Blake Reginald's own notes is my assumption. I will leave it there despite how much I want to look it over.
Okay, you close the book and lay it to the side.
I'll leave the carrots for when he wakes up.
Grabs pillow.
Right, well, that's the lay of the house. Mostly over there's the dining hall where we'll eat.
Uh-huh.
Behind me is a workroom. But yeah, that's about it.
Just kind of nods and like looks around. Examining everything.
Well, I'm probably gonna go hang out on the balcony. It's nice this time of night.
Uh-huh.
So I suppose
Did
you
you-
are.
Want to try and use the washroom, Huxley?
Sure.
Probably show you how to use it if you haven't before. Just so you know how to get the water in the tub and everything.
Uh-huh. I can put water in a tub.
Wait, you don't have to. bring water to the tub. You just have to mess with it a bit, and water will fill the tub.
It's like magic.
It is. But magic you don't really have to control, so it's just a few adjustments here. I'll show you. As I eye her, like, I'm assuming she's a little, like, dirty and, like, someone looks like they've been, like, in the mines for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So I'm gonna kind of drag her along and force her to follow me. As I, like, start, like, running water and showing her how to turn it on and off, and...
Wow.
Just toss the dirty clothes out and they'll be clean one. Don't you get...
Oh, I have to take off the clothes.
Right, you wash those separately?
Why?
Makes it easier.
Does it? She just starts to take off her clothes.
Everyone's gonna, like, throw extra soap and everything into the bath and make sure there's plenty of, like, oils and stuff to try and help whatever crime has been probably in her head has been there for years.
Not just in her head.
The water begins heavily foaming.
Like, starts turning black and...
Evelyn's just gonna, like, stare and just be like, ugh. Like, there's that entitled, like, aristocrat in her that's still, like, ingrained of, like, oh no. And she's just gonna be like, I can't, and just gonna, like, start, like, trying to scrub her hair and, like, get some of the grime out and be like, no, just clean.
Actually, we'll just start to, like, play with the water and the bubbles. Like, go underwater.
It's fair.
Not very concerned with rubbing off the dirt.
The clothes get mended and prestidigitated clean. And then tossed back. Oh, that's
Evelyn
gonna
will
be
probably
cool.
at one point in time, like, leave her be and be like, when you're done, you can dry off. She'll make sure her clothes are set aside and, you know, get dressed and be good for the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, this has been lovely. Like, she's gonna have nightmares about, like,
Clothes look almost a
Furry.
full shade lighter.
go into her room and, like, try and distract yourself in her notes.
Actually, we'll enjoy the bath and then just get out, like, put on the clothes, and still wet, just start walking through the hallway, like, dripping water.
Amazing.
And then just kind of look around, no one's there, just starts wandering, like, through the house, like, marveling at everything.
At a certain point, like, Rhett was out here for a bit. Then he comes back in just to check the dungeon stones.
Yeah, you see Hux, like, was gonna touch, like, the window or something, or the statue. Like, reaches out the hand and then, like, stops, hesitates, and murmurs something. Casts find traps.
Oh no!
I mean, it's smart, to be honest.
Mhm.
You cast find traps, and
The whole fucking house is full of
you
traps.
find nothing. There don't seem to be any traps in and around this statue.
That one safe. I said that one safe.
Ah. Touches the statue.
To be honest, Miss Ellen just doesn't like her things being touched.
What are her things? Isn't this all her thing?
Oh no, actually, most of this is Reginald's thing.
Ah.
The old guy. Miss Evelyn's stuff is in her room at the end of the hall, kind of point.
Right.
Yeah. Do you have any questions? I know that we gave you a pretty hard grilling back there. But, you know, we're not that bad. Just certain, you know, professional standards that we have to make sure that you're up to.
Right, yeah. Of course.
So, questions?
Do you have torches or candles?
Well,
Do you have
yeah.
candles?
I'm sure that there are extra candles in the storeroom. You'd probably just ask Ayla if you'd know where they're at. There's, I'm sure, candles in your room that you can light.
Ooh. That's cool.
Even before the house burns down.
Well, don't let me stop you. If you don't have, you know, pressing questions, by all means explore.
Yeah.
Here, if you go into the library, you can have a conversation with yourself.
Definitely.
Unless you had anything else in mind. I'm happy to let you explore, but Rhett just kind of like trails you unless you engage him directly.
Just probably not gonna go into any rooms. Gonna wander through the hallway and eventually we'll go into the room. Cast find traps again. Just to be sure.
You look around the room and you don't sense that there's any traps around you.
Then just starts testing the couches, the bed, looks like inside every drawer and chest.
Inside the larger wardrobes, you find a collection of clothing that doesn't look like it would fit you, but there are also on the shelves a couple of just folded pieces of linen, some blankets, and some candles.
I will pocket the candles.
Of course.
And put on some of the clothes, even if they're too big.
Yeah. You put on a shirt and it's just basically covers your entire body.
Her
like a large
clothes,
robe.
like most of her clothes anyway, seem to be just a collection of like random pieces of clothing. She's wearing like multiple shirts, multiple like pants, a cloak, a jacket. Yeah, eventually probably go to sleep when it's getting late. Probably not in the bed though. Just like next to the bed.
What?
So you all
What is going on?
settle in for a long rest. Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you would return
Yeah, I would return
somewhat
like
late at night.
an hour or two later. Yeah. I
That's
didn't go
fine,
there
buddy.
this time. I didn't like want to like spend the whole evening with them. More like just saying goodbye and
Mm-hmm.
telling them a little bit about myself, so they know who I actually am, not just a mines worker. So they know now that
Guys
I
here
am, some kind of
faint as
mercenary.
you start going to bed. The doors open, close. You hear footsteps, and Soleil returns to his room. And then you settle in for a long rest. And you awaken in the morning. Well rested.
Wow. Wake up earlier, I suppose, and wander the hallways briefly in two specific locations.
Mm-hmm.
And gather my things, and then head downstairs.
Okay.
Workshop before. I'll probably sit down and just work through a journal or something like that in the paper.
I will also get up, go through the morning routine, and yeah, make my way down to the.
Oh, good morning, Huxley.
As you enter the larger dining room, you find that already prepared. A couple of plates. There is in the middle arrayed a few cheeses, sausages, tomatoes, sliced thinly, some bread, strawberries, and milk. And also an apple.
One apple.
One single apple.
How many people are gonna come to be with us?
Hard to say, depends on the day. Is she eyeing the apple?
She's just like huge eyes at all of the
Oh,
food.
Reginald will probably wake late today. He slept long in the common room and went to his room very late. But Kara and Italiana will probably be later as well. Apparently they've been talking for a long while in the library yesterday.
Who else is coming?
That's pretty much it. Unless you invited another journalist.
Aelith,
Oh,
Aelith, really quick question before you leave.
Yes.
About Reginald, is he providing enough funds for you to keep doing what you do?
Well, yeah, I have a good bit left, and he
wait,
does have money when I ask him.
Okay, because we're gonna leave for quite a while, so I just wanted to make sure that you can
I think he
Do your
buys
thing.
groceries himself sometimes. I haven't ever seen him leave, but somehow the carrots and potatoes sometimes are just restocked when I arrive in the morning. Maybe he's hired someone else. I haven't seen anyone.
do you need any extra funds if we're gone for, say, 2 months or so?
2 months. Oh,
Hopefully not.
Oh, well,
At the
Right.
most.
At the most.
Yeah.
well, I suppose if you won't be here eating, probably also won't need to cook as much.
That's true.
Good point. Aelith, do you still stay somewhere else?
Yeah, I live in a house. Well, I say it's a house. It's more of a room in a larger house. Why?
I would just want to make sure you were taken care of.
Oh, I can handle myself.
All right.
Not too much to worry about in the city. Well, that's an understatement.
Anyway,
Red-
So, this is all for us?
Yeah.
You can have the whole apple, even.
it's all you.
Just starts piling up the food and like stuffing her face with just sausages and cheese and bread.
Not the apple?
No, not the apple.
Slay?
Have a normal plate of
Yeah.
You said my name.
Oh yeah, just because Aelith said he was living somewhere around here, and I was just wondering, do you have a house in town too? Or where did you live before all this?
No, right. Well, for a while I was at the college. I think you visited the college with me that one time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was there, and then prior to that, we always just kind of stayed in like the servants' quarters or whatever big manor house type of thing.
Oh, so you immediately went from the college to into the service of Abel's family?
Pretty much for me, yeah. I got a few jobs here and there prior, but you know.
Mm.
I mean, if you're talking prior to college, like I said, we stayed in the poo house for a little while.
In the poo
You
house?
know what I mean? The poor house. You know,
Oh, the poor
but
house.
the R fell off. You know, so it's a
Mhm.
poo house. Anyway, yeah.
Ah, I see. How did you get to know Abelin? How did you two meet?
Oh, let's see. I feel like I was a friend of a friend type of thing. Is that right, Ablin?
You were recommended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you see, my mom, she works as a seamstress, and she makes dresses and whatnot for a lot of the upper class families. And so, you know, she knows some of the families and this and that, and the servants talk to each other, and I heard that Miss Evelyn here was looking for a multi-talented fellow such as myself. Well, I mean, technically, I think it was one of her family members I hired. Well, I mean, she okayed it, but
It worked out in the end.
right?
One of her family members. How big is your family? Do you have a large family?
I have a few siblings, parents.
Yeah, I didn't realize you never been to her house, I suppose.
No.
It's in the upper district. I don't really visit there much.
It is a nice house, obviously. Bigger than this place, I would say.
Bigger than this place?
So Soleil was eyeing Aiblin very closely when he asked about her family members. To see, just to get a glimpse on her face if there's like, if it appears like it's something she rather not talk about, or if she's quite open about it. Just get a feeling.
She probably seems rather open about her family.
Rat seems somewhat nervous, though. I don't know, I'm nervous. Yeah.
Yeah, Soleil's just
Clearly he has given you quick, direct answers. And is moving on to some other subject.
You see him as
So-
he talks about
okay.
Evelyn's house, her family. You see him probably throw some sideways glances towards Evelyn as he does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so directly from college to work. Never really got a chance to like found family, find some wife for yourself. He asks Red.
I suppose not. I was not really. I wouldn't call myself a family man per se. What about you, Huxley? Do you, chance have any relatives that we should be aware of?
Not any I can
Obvious
remember.
subject change.
Oh, obvious, yeah.
Not any that I can remember.
You've been on your own then?
Yeah.
How long ago did you come across Vidor and end up in Polythreme?
Like a year ago.
Alright. Were you with anyone before that? Or just on your own?
Just by myself.
Down underground?
Yep.
Must have been quite trying. At times. I suppose we all adjust to the situations we're in.
Just kind of shrugs. Better down than up.
Not a fan of being higher up?
Not when there's the darkness.
Ah. The light.
That's a good point.
Does it not travel underground?
It does. But easier to avoid it. Just don't go into the tunnels that are black.
Fair enough.
Could say the same thing about up here. Just don't step where the blackness is. Why would it be safer down there?
Well, up here you can just suddenly appear. And then it's suddenly behind you and in front of you and you're surrounded.
It does seem to form. Does it not really suddenly take form underground?
It's easier to escape it underground.
Can it not like go through walls? Is that what you mean?
I don't think so. Suddenly, like, he has to think about it.
Well, glad to have you as our guide then, with your experience of avoiding it.
Exactly.
And
Been
it seems like
avoiding
you're good.
it like a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it seems like you're pretty good at avoiding traps and whatnot.
Yeah, very good. Very good at that.
That's good. Anyway, shall we pack up?
Right, we've got all the supplies we need, I believe, so we can head out.
Great.
Transportation.
Think I just have a few things left in my room. Might be kind of heavy. Soleil, you want to give me a hand, like loading some stuff into my pack?
Sure.
We'll see you when you return.
Hux will pocket the apple.
Okay.
We brought
I
a
don't-
good
Sorry.
few. Sorry, I'm just letting Hux know real quick. We brought a good few supplies with us, along with food and rations and things like that. But if there's a few things you wanted to pocket from the kitchen, different foods, or see if there's another apple or anything, by all means, you can do that.
Yeah. I see if there's more apples.
And I'll just wait in the lobby.
Oh, welcome back.
Do you have
need anything else?
more apples?
If you needed more apples, I can get some for you, I suppose. He goes towards the hatch in the floor, and as he lifts it up, he sort of hesitates and looks around the kitchen for a moment before stepping down, leaving you alone in the kitchen.
Start wandering around and looking at stuff.
Yeah. There's a great many ovens here, like large ones. Curiously, because there's not that many people. Also, a lot of food. There's bread, cheeses. Then you hear the hatch opening. And Elith steps out with an arm full of apples.
So
He
many.
slowly closes the hatch behind him, walks up to the table, and puts down the apples. And then you see him take a long look around. Was there
Hi.
anything else?
Uh, no.
Okay. Oh, there's 8 apples. Feel free to take them on your journey.
Thanks.
So, Red.
I don't actually need to put things in my backpack.
What?
You were kind of asking some questions there about Evelyn's family.
Yeah, I was also asking questions about your family.
Oh yeah, I don't mind answering those. I think I already told you I'm kind of looking for my dad, and he disappeared and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much the most interesting thing with my family, I'd say. But Evelyn gets a little upset sometimes if you get a little. She doesn't really like talking about her family in a personal sense.
She seemed
Not
to be
like
fine,
it's in
just
seconds.
right now.
No, I mean like. Look, at this point, you deserve to know it. Like, she was married at one point,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean her family in that sense.
Okay. Didn't
So
know
that's a
that.
bit of a, yeah, it's a very touchy subject with her. See,
Let me just roll real quick if I can say that with a straight. Didn't know that. Let me see what was. Deception, right?
Mm-hmm.
An 8 for deception. Probably not the.
Yeah, he doesn't. He says he's surprised, but he doesn't look like he's actually
Mhm.
surprised.
Yeah.
was it 17 for insight?
Yeah, Saleh definitely didn't seem surprised by that. It almost appears like he was waiting for this to be revealed.
Apparently, that's not really. I mean, that is, I guess, somewhat widely known. I don't know. The point being, I intentionally try to avoid the subject in that I have brought it up myself before, and it kind
I
of
mean-
tends to send her into like working all the time and never sleeping, and it's really not good for her.
I mean, it's fine. She's not here now.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Like I said, I've tried to bring it up before, and went poorly.
Okay, so you don't know either.
I don't know on that.
Okay.
She just kind of completely shuts down if you bring that particular subject up. So that's why I was, kind of redirecting a little
Mm-hmm. Does it appear
bit.
like he's telling the truth, that he's not knowing anything?
About how he died, I don't think.
I just I rolled very poorly for insight, so I'm very much not sure about that.
Unless Just has some other input.
I have
pretty
not
sure
told
telling
you
the truth.
how he died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're probably telling the truth.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Obviously, she was very attached, and that it still is something that is an ongoing.
do you think it has something to do with her obsession of eternal life?
I would not at all be surprised. And also her obsession with Kieran, I would say.
With Kieran?
I'm not really sure how that works, but yeah, she's very. I don't know if it's like directly related or she's just projecting, but you know. I've
So-
never seen anything else like Kieran, and it's
Mm-hmm.
something she's very strongly attached to. And
Do you know the
Polythreme?
name of her deceased husband?
I probably should know that. Just
You would know
from-
that, yeah.
It's not Kieran, is it?
It's Elmort Glitzblade.
Okay, it's not Kieran. That was just one thought I had. Okay. But yeah, the question is, would Red tell him that name? Like, just...
Yeah.
Never heard of it. Never heard of him.
I don't know the story there. To be fair, I've been with Evelyn a couple years almost.
So you never met him?
Right.
It happened before you met?
Yes, right. I would suspect somewhat that was part of why Evelyn wanted to get away from her old life. Doesn't really like the upper society, this and that. Seeing her families, being in her house. I don't know any of this for certain, but I would just... That's my take on it.
Let's see.
And as I mentioned, she really gets driven into work and focus whenever that particular subject comes up. So I think that it's kind of driven her toward adventuring and mercenary work and the things that we do. Not that she doesn't care about the city, I would say that she does,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's also a bit of a distraction. I think you asked some other time about her age or whatnot, and she's not really that old, so I'd say it's probably still kind of fresh. You know?
Well, thanks for letting me know. So at least lets her
Yeah.
actions shine in a different light.
I didn't mean to like keep you in the dark. It's just it is her business, but then again, it's not like she's gonna tell you
Yeah.
anything.
Also, I have to admit I don't blame you for not telling me, because I also never asked. Like,
Right.
we were traveling together and that was all for me, but I feel like at this point we as a
Yeah.
group have grown a little bit of a stronger bond by now. I hope so, at least.
I agree.
So I'm just trying to understand her, because even
Yeah.
though she did some things that I definitely not agreed with, I just can't picture her as an evil person, you know?
No. Maybe just like I said, a little distracted and hurting at times. I think that might be why she treated you so nicely after Kara decided to stay. She does get attached to people, even if she doesn't show it.
So, do you think this was long enough to make them believe we actually had to pack some things?
Right, probably.
I guess let's go then, and
Alright.
please just hope and pray that we don't have to run from the frickin' blight again.
Well,
I still get shivers from the last time when I think about it.
I remember distinctly not running when I wanted to.
There we are.
All
Right.
packed up.
Then I suppose we can head out. Should we be taking something like horses or something like that until we at least get to the mountain?
Looks at our guide. What do you think, Huxley?
Carriage.
How long is the journey to there?
The journey until you reach the mountains is about 3 days. It's not too far. But horses would probably struggle on the mountain.
The horses aren't very useful. Maybe have some goats or donkeys.
I mean, they make good emergency rations.
Yeah.
I suppose.
But he, like, Soleil says that with a little bit of, like, not meaning it too seriously.
No, I mean to ride on.
I see.
We will see if we come along any on the way then.
Are there
Sure.
bigger animals living down there? Maybe you can ride them.
Oh yeah, there's really big animals there.
Which ones?
Wouldn't recommend riding them though. Most of them are very friendly.
Which ones are there?
Well, there's like giant worms that just eat through the stone.
They don't happen to be purple, right?
Sometimes they're purple.
Oh boy.
And then there's those four-eyed bugs that just walk on 2 feet.
Like, you can see a little bit of an excited glow in Soleil's eyes as he pictures riding all of those things.
Right. Well, I suppose we should be on our way. Nothing else we need?
Don't think so.
Let's do this.
That's cool. We'll head out.
After you, Mrs. Hux.
Oh,
You
lead the way.
Quartermains. And taking the trip down to the lower district towards the road leading out the north exit of the gate.
How far is the north gate?
About 2-ish hours of you walking.
And do we go through the lower districts?
Yes.
In the lower districts, Hux will change appearance just suddenly. Like, you look away and then you look back and suddenly Hux looks like this.
Ooh. Goblin.
And as the party's walking, he will just get like a little bit further away, like a few feet, and approach like random people and just like, hey, you want to buy an apple?
As you leave the central shaft, since the straightest way is through this long, elongated piece of slums, there is quite a few people that are indeed interested. There's even a couple of kids running along behind you. But
Hey,
how much do you charge for the apple?
How much are they sold for? For like a gold or
Recently,
two?
you'd know that the price has gone up a significant amount.
Yeah.
A single apple like this would probably cost you in the medial district even about a silver each.
Yeah, I'll try to sell them for like a silver. Or like 5 copper at least.
There are quite a few people interested. Not a lot of them have a silver, and as you mentioned the price, they are easily turned off. There are a few people, however, that stay and haggle. Eventually, with you settling on a price of 5 copper, they pay. You sell all of the apples?
Yes.
Okay. You sell all of the apples.
Don't even eat one.
There were 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, with the one you pocketed before, you would have had 9.
9.
So that would be, in total, 4 silver and 5 copper. Or 45 copper, if you so choose.
Stonks.
I'll stay by Abelyn's side as her humble servant Leia.
Once again, you leave the ring worn of the city of Polythreme through one of its heavy-set gates. Passing by the frames of the gigantic silver tyrants as you leave the city makes the idea of returning a little less welcome. You set out on your journey, unsure of how the city will look once you do return. Following Huxley's directions, you travel north of the city, passing by travelers and caravans of carts laden with food from the farms of the plains. Even though the road is marked with busy traffic, you know that it is nothing compared to the droves that flow in and out of the south of the city. And as you begin traveling, is there anything you would like to do during your travel?
Keep an eye out on things to make sure we're not seeing any blight or like random people waiting to like jump anyone on the roads, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Going along the road to either side of the road, leading slowly, curving towards the mountains, you see just plains of large grasses. Some sort of crop currently growing and being harvested. Along the road you see a few travelers, again passing back and forth. Many of them look like farmers. But shady people you don't really see among them.
That's fine.
You travel for the rest of the day until night falls relatively quickly, as you had only still made it halfway towards the foot of the mountains.
As we're traveling along, I'll ask Huxley, so do you like music?
Sure.
That's good. I like music too. Have you ever heard one of these played? Putting it, my instrument.
What instrument do you have?
Citron or a fit.
What was that? You cut off.
A citron or a fiddle. A citron is like a lute.
Don't think so. Not that I can
Would you
remember.
like to?
Of course.
I've been writing a song about Soleil.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Do you know why he's called Soleil the Knife?
No.
Well, let me tell you. Oh, that cat babe has such teeth, dear, and he shows them a pearly white smile sleigh. Just a sharp knife has a lay, babe, and he keeps it out of sight. You know when that cat bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread. The fancy gloves, though, he's got 'em on right now, wears Soleil, baby. So there's never a trace of red. Now on the sidewalk, early evening, lay their bodies just oozing light. And someone's sneaking around the corner. You better fear that someone's lay the knife. That one's about one of the first times that we went down into the lower part of the city. And, well, Soleil killed some gangers.
Whoa.
That's why he wears those red gloves, so it doesn't show all the blood on his hand.
Yeah. And you can see, like, he's, for a moment, like, the illusion goes back a bit, so his hand is his normal hand, and he takes off the glove, and you can see, like, his normal paw, and then he looks at you, Hux or Dust in that moment, and says, he was exaggerating a bit. I don't actually need the knives. And you can see, like, his claws, like, come out of his fingers, and they are, like, super long and look like they hurt like fucking hell if you got hit by them. And then he
Artistic license, but yeah.
and then he just puts them in again, and then puts on his glove again, and the illusion makes his hand again look like the hand of Leia.
Just looks very fascinated. Probably would have also changed back into Huxley once we left the city.
He's quite a legend around Polythreme.
Am I though?
I mean,
I've
I'm
never
working on
heard
it.
of you.
See?
I guess I'm not working hard enough.
I guess Blue Tiger is more of a legend in Antok Arc than I am here.
Yeah.
Depends on who you talk to.
Who's Blue Tiger?
He's a cool guy. Pretty good fighter.
Is he blue?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he wears a mask that looks like this, and I take out the mask from my backpack and show her.
Oh, that's a cool mask.
I have a song about that too, but you know, I don't want to overwhelm you with my musical talent. You know?
Ah, right.
Or maybe I will, and I say. So I entertain the group with songs as we try the rest of it.
Okay. Can someone of the group please roll me a survival check?
Everyone? Anyone?
As the guide, I
Let's
can.
do a group zone. But since, I mean, you have a guide, you can also Huxley take care of it.
Go, Gustav.
Do it, Hux.
No, Gustav.
11.
Along the road lie no inns, and the farms of the plains lie deep within their tall fields. But there are a few opportunities to set up camp, where the solid dry ground of the road extends a little into the farmland. Out here there is little in terms of wild beasts that could surprise you in the night, though on occasion axe-beaks have been known to be on the hunt for farm animals. How would you like to proceed?
I just want to keep an eye out for any animals that look huntable.
I should probably make camp somewhere before it gets too dark.
Alright.
Something sighing in the field.
I hear wild barbarians.
Adjust my sensitivity a bit.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
It's not that loud, but it's...
Sorry, he's streaming. Maybe sometimes he's even louder than normal.
If you point out a good spot, Huxley, I will help you set up.
Yeah, I can probably point one out.
You choose a spot by the side of the road where the ground is still a little bit elevated before it sinks down and spreads into fields of grasses and wheat. There's no real shelter currently, but there is also not really any wind. The temperature is still quite comfortable.
Knowing weather around this time, would we expect any particular sort of weather events? Like, are we talking like if there was a weather, it would be like, are we rain, snow?
It's colder here than in Antogard. If you were to be surprised by any kind of precipitation, it would likely be rain. It is not cold enough for snow.
Can we set up tents and attempt to forage for firewood and camp supplies? Is there enough vegetation around for that? So we don't have to use up like the
Yeah.
firewood type of supplies for.
In that case, please roll me another survival check. For foraging.
Scylla, you trying to hunt?
Yeah. If possible.
Give me a perception roll today.
Natural fucking 20.
You'd kept an eye out throughout the day. In terms of animals, there are not many along the road if you disregard the ones carrying the carts of the occasional traders. There are birds occasionally landing on the fields and taking off after pecking at the seed in the ground. But there are no larger farm animals, at least around here. Neither do you spot any of the axe-beaks that might also be on the prowl.
Can I get a couple of those birds? Might make a decent meal.
Roll me 4 d20s.
4.
I'm assuming you just knock an arrow and try to shoot them.
Yeah.
So these are your attack rolls.
Yeah, let me see. I have a plus 10.
That's great. Okay, well, I mean, you shoot and hit all the 4 birds that end up coming near you during the day's travel. 2 of them are crows, relatively scarce with meat, quite gaunt. But the last two end up being a pheasant and pigeon that possibly came from the city.
Yeah, just hang them on a line and just carry them over my back, over my shoulders until we make camp.
As you start setting up camp, pitching the tents, Red manages to forage some smaller pieces of wood, more like branches, some splinters of brush, and plenty of tinder from the fields. For the day, you do not need to use your supply for this rest, nor do you need to use a food from today's foraging.
One bird for each of us.
All right.
Did we come across like any kind of small rivers or something?
No.
Okay.
We will use our water.
In the morning,
We just need one of them.
activity from the road wakes you as a cart rolls by. By the time you wake up and you look outside your tent, the cart has long traveled down the road towards Polythreme. The fields around you softly wave in a slight breeze that has settled on the plains.
Right. Well, suppose we should pack up and get back on the road.
Yes, indeed.
Sounds good to me.
The rest of the long day you travel. Your goal ever becoming closer as the high mountains begin to loom over you. The few travelers you had seen before have become even rarer occurrences. Gone is any sight of the carts, and near the mountain, so far from the city and at the edges of the field, even the farmland looks a little less tended to. Is there anything you do during the day of travel?
And like to keep an eye out for any signs of blight or shady individuals laying in wait, settlers.
Mm-hmm. Give me a perception roll.
A 10.
As you wander along the road, along the field, at the edges, some of the plants are withered, and every time you come across one of those, you immediately hone in on them, looking at them closely, if it's the blight, if anything is happening to it. But it seems like it's just negligence.
Hmm.
So far, there's been no sign of the blight. And so far, you haven't seen any individuals waiting alongside the road.
I'm just gonna look out for more animals in case there are more.
Just as the sun fades on the horizon, you reach the foot of the mountain. Shelter here is a little easier to come by along the overreach of high cliff faces and the generally higher dry rock. Although the soft wind has enveloped you all day, between the many high rocks scattered around the terrain, You find ample space. You find protection from the wind.
Is it fairly bare here? There isn't much vegetation and whatnot.
The vegetation has grown relatively sparse. The fields have slowly started thinning out and becoming withered at the edges. There are no trees or any other notable vegetation around.
Well, it's up
Swim.
to you.
Make camp
You
here.
use your supplies for a long camp.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Okay. Please remove a supply and 1 food and 1 water. During your travels towards the mountain Soleil, you did not see any more of the birds, probably keeping deeper within the fields.
Okay.
And you have another long rest.
Are we near the entrance?
It's
Yes.
about a day. Yes.
Should reach it today.
On the 3rd day, you begin your ascent up the initially gentle slope of the mountainside. As your position becomes gradually more elevated, you can see most of the plains that stretch north of the city. Faintly, in the distance, you see the edges of a large forest. A forest that seems farther away than the last time you'd seen it, traveling alongside a road on the other side of the plains. The wandering grove within that forest moves slowly, but in the month since you had last seen it, it appears to have traveled a considerable distance, and it seems to have pulled much of the forest alongside with it, leaving in its pathing withered trees that already seem to be a growing bed for a new generation. North of the forest would largely be wasteland, and depending on its spread, the blight you once escaped. Curious thoughts of what might happen when the autumn grove wanders into the blind cross your mind as the terrain of your travel grows ever more sparse and rocky. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do during today's travel?
With it starting to be mountains, can I keep an eye out for like small waterfall type things off the mountains where we could maybe refill water?
Okay, give me a survival check.
I was also going to ask Huxley if she knew of a place since she came from here where we could get water.
Probably, if I've traveled here before.
Their survival is at 15. I don't know if she remembers what.
You remember a few places you saw water throughout the mountains, but they weren't exactly accessible from the path you're taking right now. Some of them required quite a bit of climbing or crossing distances across a few cracks in the mountain.
Yeah, they're kind of difficult to get to. I can make water though.
You can make water?
Yes.
Do you mean by that? You're not
I
talking
was
about
thinking
peeing, right?
Oh, that's also water.
Well, it
Really?
contains
Not
water.
really.
You can't really survive on it more than like a day or two.
he will take out the water skin and drop it on, like just pour a drop of it into his hand, and then murmur something and cast Create Water, and it just creates this like just a mass of actual water, but it looks like black and dirty, I guess.
This doesn't really look like clean water.
Yeah, looks quite dirty, to be honest.
Is
it's
that
just-
drinkable?
Yeah, it's just how it looks. It's totally drinkable.
Soleil is gonna take a
Just the
sniff.
water. Yeah.
Just sniffing.
Give me a perception roll. Do you have advantage? on
Yes,
smelling?
because I am a bloodhound!
Yeah, it's probably just like pitch black. It looks more like tar, but it's the consistency of water.
It looks like tar, but there's still a certain transparency to it. It almost looks like there's this smoke in the water for some reason.
21 is the
You
perception check.
take a deep breath, and at first you don't really get any sense of smell from it. But there's just something off when you smell it. You can't quite put your finger on it. It isn't strong. There seems to be almost no scent.
I'm not sure about this.
You're sure it's drinkable, right?
Oh yeah! She will take a sip, or just gulp it down.
I would like to also try some.
I will let them try and then see what happens.
Yeah, Evan's not gonna drink it.
Hey Red,
Uh-huh.
can you roll me a quick Constitution save?
16.
You take a big gulp of this water, and similar to what Soleil experienced, you at first taste nothing. Just seems like water, except it almost seems like it has less taste than water. And then you feel a tiny bit nauseous. When you drank it, there didn't seem to be any sort of particles in the water. There was no sand, no dirt. It seemed, at least as it went down your throat, like a clear substance.
Oh, okay.
See? Can I collect a vial of it?
Sure.
And then I'm gonna plop down and start to ritually cast Identify.
I'm gonna prestidigitate it to taste like orange juice and some more.
Give me another con save, please.
Nice.
Forward. Oh yeah, it's orange juice. Taste.
Yeah, it tastes well. Again, even when it tastes like orange juice, you feel a little bit nauseous. Maybe it's just the air up here. It's not really something that overcomes you. It's more like a slight lightheadedness you feel. And then please roll me a 1d20.
Three.
Okay. Evelyn, as you cast Identify, you get a sense that the water is magical. You get this residual energy from the spell that created it. But even though it seems weird, you don't sense anything else.
And you live off of this? Sully asks Huxley.
When there's nothing else, it's pretty useful.
Didn't you say at some point that when you get angry, things happen? Are you sure it's not connected to this weird water?
What weird water?
But water's normally not that color.
Oh, normal water doesn't just appear through magic.
That's that's a good point.
Retoid, alright?
I think so. Ooh, just a lot happened there.
Maybe we should avoid drinking the water for now.
I mean, yeah.
But it's good to have as a last resort, I guess.
We still have plenty of supplies on us.
Right. It doesn't really seem like it's easy to get to any waterfalls or anything, so. Maybe we'll come across something underground.
Honestly, is the water underground also black?
Not all of it.
Do you think the
And
bugs...
if you find black water underground, you should probably not drink it.
Sounds reasonable.
But this water is okay to drink even though it's black?
Yeah, I just drank it tonight.
Well, you also said you were cursed.
Yes.
No, I said it was cursed. Wait, you are cursed?
No.
You just said yeah.
What's a curse anyways?
Well, it's... I think there's a proper definition for a curse. Evelyn?
Generally something brought on you in of some outward force that generally has negative connotations or can have negative connotations.
Yeah, I don't think cursed. Just, you know, stuff happens. Usually good stuff.
Usually,
Yeah.
but not all the time.
It depends how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah. Picker. How closely does this water resemble some of, like, the blight that we've seen?
In this case, it's more of an association by color, if you'd compare them. The only pieces of the blight you'd seen was the black creep, the strange gossamer thin roots, almost like hair slowly spreading across the land. The creatures, of course, one of which the cursed blood you're probably most familiar with, didn't anywhere seem close to water. Of course it was blackish in color. It was definitely more akin to oil or even more viscous ooze
Okay.
than water in any sort of way.
Okay. Well, we can leave it to a resort if we need to. But we still have decent water supplies.
Yeah. I suppose we shall continue then.
Yeah. As we're going along there, can I keep an eye out? Because now we're in like this Rocky Mountain terrain for anything that looks like loose rocks that could potentially kind of have avalanche-esque effects if we were to try and travel on them.
Okay. You just want to make sure that there's no loose terrain you're walking on.
Yeah.
Please give me a survival check.
I just want to check if we're being followed.
Okay. Give me a perception roll.
19.
$21.
Gradually, the ascent up the mountain becomes more taxing. As inclines grow deeper and cliffs become more frequent, the temperature begins to fall to a freezing cold, made worse by the cutting wind now sweeping along the mountain. During the day, you keep a lookout for anyone following behind you, but you don't see any soul today. The pass, as you move your way up the mountain, seems entirely empty, save for you.
Mm-hmm.
The terrain you're walking on seems relatively stable. It's almost a... It seems like a path that has been used before. And so far, all you've encountered is solid rock as the ground beneath your feet. It does, however, take you a little bit longer than expected ascending the mountain than you did, of course, descending it. And eventually you grow tired. Please roll me another survival check.
Is that me or
Your guide can do it, or one of you.
I believe in Huxley.
just her?
Hopefully it's gonna be better than the last one. It's 21.
Moist.
There is little here in terms of proper shelter. Along the path, only occasionally indentations lie in the high rock, sort of half caves that offer only a slight abatement to the sharp wind, and it becomes a little harder to stave off the cold. How would you like to make camp?
I think we use everything.
Yeah. Supplies, food, water.
As you put up the tents, you notice them struggling a little against the wind. The fire, as well, flickers more wildly than usual when you set it down and light it. And you settle in for a long rest. In the morning, any damage to the camp is minimal due to the softer wind passing by here as you manage to sort of build close to this indentation in the cliff wall. A few of the tents have taken minor damage, which is easily fixed. And the fire, despite flickering so wildly, has gone out only maybe an hour or so before you actually woke. And you are ready to travel on.
So we should reach like a cave entrance today. Is that what we're looking for, Huxley?
Yes. We should find it today. It's a gate.
A gate. Do we have to open it first?
I'm bad at fast typing, okay?
Right. Big. It should be open, hopefully.
Right.
Finally.
Is there someone that like controls it?
Don't think so. It's like an abandoned entrance.
Got it.
On the third day of your travel, finally, as the narrowing, winding mountain pass snakes firmly in between the slopes of two mountains, deep into the mountain chain, the gate comes into view. It seemed at first much closer than you'd realized. As it grows and grows in size the closer you get, you finally come to a stop at the end of the winding path, in front of a truly colossal stone gate set into the mountain. The gate stands easily 200 feet wide and 300 feet tall. It appears so massive that if it were closed, you'd not be able to think of a way to get through other than means of teleportation. Huxley, the gate looks to be exactly the same since the day you left it, untouched. Before venturing down the mountain, wondering before rising in the distance you had found the city of Polythreme. You remember quite vividly how from the outside the city in the distance had seemed like just another mountain, and the surprise you'd felt when it was not and you spotted its myriad smokestacks. The colossal stone gate hangs slightly ajar, its hinges creak in the stark wind of the mountain path. A rumble that shakes your bones. This far from the city, in the cold of the solitary road around the mountain, the gate seems desolate, like the open door of a ruined castle. The blackness within seems to almost lure you, the unknown depth just beyond the stone.
There we are.
Seems quite inviting.
A word for it.
Must have been built by giants. It's huge.
You know who's also huge? The guys from the Dominion.
I suppose that's true.
What's the Dominion?
Just some guys who try to destroy Polythreme.
Yep.
Some very strong guys. And for some reason very pissed off.
Well, honestly, I think they were more after the angels than they were Polythreme. But they are probably trying to take over the world or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about like how Polythreme has made mistakes and hasn't learned from their mistakes and blah 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 blah. It seems like they were kind of pissed off about them too.
Yeah. There are people that are very mad at us because we killed one of them, by the way.
I guess
They,
shouldn't be a problem for you, Huxley. You just bring us back and forth here, and then I guess you'll be safe again after leaving us.
Yeah. But you should probably pay me more because I could be endangered.
You know what? We're gonna pay you more if we meet one of them.
You remind me of someone I've met before.
Okay, just if I died and
If you died, then the money's not gonna do you much good now, would it?
yeah, exactly. Wait.
Wait. Wait a minute.
So, like, what do you think is fair for getting paid?
Standard rate, I guess. What did you pay the last guy?
5 gold.
100 silver.
5 gold sounds good.
Hand over 5 gold.
How about a bonus of 5 gold if we make it back?
Yeah.
Because this is a little longer than the last guy, to be fair. Yeah.
It's gonna take quite a while.
Alright then. I suppose we're not gonna get anywhere just standing here. Anything we need to know, Huxley, before we head in?
Nothing specific.
Do you think those 4-eyed, 2-legged bugs are edible?
Oh yeah, you can eat them.
Cool.
What do they taste
Kinda chewy, very dewy flesh. No, not a great taste. But you can roast it over a fire and it's kinda like...
Wait, can you change into one of them so we know what they look like?
I can. I think.
Whoa, that's great.
Just change us into a bug monster.
Oh my god, are they this big? Or are they smaller?
Oh no, they're quite big.
That's like rations for a couple of days.
Probably even bigger than this.
Well, guess we have to find out.
Yeah, they're like as big as a horse.
That's good because then I can ride them. I mean, fight them.
Why? No, that's fine. I'll write another song about it. Carry on.
Right.
I mean, if you really want to ride on something, you know, I can just turn into something.
Oh, what can you turn into? That's good thing to ride.
I can turn into just wild shapes into a creature.
Hmm.
Okay, which creature do you file shape into?
What's the best one to ride on? Let's go with
Bull or something? I don't know. Or like a big, like giant stag? Oh, I don't know.
So it looks like this.
Some special.
Your heart
Just
sinks
what?
a little, Soleil, and you're suddenly not so sure if you want to ride that.
Well, I actually it is like the opposite. Like the more I see it, the more I want to ride it. But yeah, I'm like this is like I'm super off put, but at the same time I'm like, oh boy, I want to sit on this thing's back. What? I guess I slowly approach and like slowly reach out with my hand to see if the thing like tries to snap at me.
Five knows a sniff on your hand, like long, like slimy tongues start licking your fur.
See, it's kind
It has
of
like kind of milky,
friendly.
grayish saliva.
Okay, hold on. Her clothes don't change with her, right?
Yeah, they do.
But they do for this.
They
Wild
like
shape.
melt into
Yeah.
me.
Oh, this is wild chicken.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I'm gonna try and get on its back.
Yeah.
As you climb on its back, it's almost a little hard to actually see in front from the mass of heads
It's fine.
in front of you.
They can see for
But
me.
you can see a little in front. If you were to stand, you could definitely easily see above. But yeah, but you could certainly ride.
Just blend in with the heads.
Just blend in with the heads. Oh my god.
So do you like have a different name like this? So we can continue walking, but
Oh,
Well, I guess
talking
You hear
giant.
Alright.
a series of
Can't
growls
talk.
in response.
I guess talking is not
Well,
an
that
option
makes
in
sense.
this
I wouldn't
form.
expect it.
So do you enter into the gate?
Yep.
Sure, I'm gonna make myself
Yeah.
comfortable here on this thing.
Please give me a perception roll as you begin walking into this tunnel.
All of us.
Oh, finally my perception isn't complete shit.
16.
7.
5.
19.
Ooh, there you go. Even with the lights at your back, with your eyes adjusting to the low dark, as you move past the two massive hanging gates, the Stygian darkness looming in the corners, and the far of the tunnel seems almost unpierceable. The road of cobbled rocks slowly begins to fade into the dirt and stone from neglect. But as you step further inside, there seem to be more things here. Strewn around the ground, close by to the gate, lie bones. Not bleached by the sun, but rather age, these bones are likely very old. You would have seen these bones, Huxley, on your way out.
Guess I can't really comment on it at the moment.
You continue
Can you
walking
all
for a
see
bit.
the bones?
Yeah, you see them.
Can try and identify what kind of creature they're from or being they're from.
Give me a medicine check. They seem to be humanoid in nature. A small one, stout, possibly a dwarf, maybe even gnomes.
Wait. So dwarves, gnomes, whoever was here before. Any sign on the bones of what killed them? I mean, I know they're really old. But am I generically at least seeing like teeth marks or scratch marks, or is it just too old to tell?
Give me an investigation roll.
If no, sorry. Maybe using like my magnifying glass and stuff.
Sure.
19.
The low lights and the decay of the bones makes it hard to make out any distinct marks, but there are a few that seem a little bit deeper than other scratch marks. Ones that have decayed equally to the bone surrounding it. So, likely ones that are as old as the bones themselves. There are single marks, almost like either a pierce or a cut close to the spine. At least on the parts that you see. There are numerous bones strewn about that seem almost haphazardly random. But of the few skeletons that are somewhat intact, that is all you see.
They all have this mark on their spine?
Not exactly on the spine. Some have a similar mark at the back of their head or somewhere else on the back.
Might want to watch our backs while we're down here. I'm not sure, Huxley, if you know what killed these skeletons or not, but something that definitely struck at their spines, back of their heads, back. Something was chasing them, they were running away, or it snuck up on them. Should be cautious all the same. Guess we should press on. Huxley, you know the way?
Multiple nods.
Lead on then.
You know, you don't have to let Soleil ride you. That's just.
As your sight extends, as your eyes start to get used to the darkness, as you begin to make out the detail of stone walls, a ceiling of stalactites, a rectangular silhouette begins to form from the shadows in the middle of the path, further in. The silhouette lies unmoving or uncaring to your approach. Please roll me another perception roll.
Can't see around this really large creature in front, so I don't see nothing.
30, 20.
24.
14.
I see with multiple eyes.
I would not.
Even though your eyes fixate on the blockade in front of you, you notice to see something lying in front of it. Right at your feet almost. Further off to the side lies another cadaver. Sunken eyes stare at you with a hollow gaze. Unlike the desiccated remains at the entrance, though gaunt, flesh and skin cover these bones. And whoever this might have been cannot have died too long ago. Your eyes follow the ground to more bodies and a cart loaded with crates. The obstruction in the path. Huxley, you of course also would know that these were definitely not here when you passed through. Neither the cart nor the corpse.
Cautiously, goes a bit further, approaches it, sniffs at it.
The corpse or the cart?
What's closer?
The corpse.
The corpse, then, I guess.
Roll me an investigation roll.
No, that wasn't at 20.
What happened?
Rob.
Bob.
The hill.
Investigation. Yeah, just an 8.
As you lean close to the body, you don't smell much other than the slow decay of a rotting corpse. Curiously, though, as you lean down, you see a crude, crooked arrow stick from the corpse like a grave marker. There has been a fight, and this person was definitely armed. You see another corpse further in the darkness, and another. There's a few here.
I want to generally try and pick up if there are any interesting scents lingering around here.
Give me a perception roll with advantage.
– 17.
Can I open my Drow dictionary?
Sure.
And look for the word?
You start
come out.
sniffing around Soleil. And it smells foul from the corpses. In fact, it's hard to notice anything else. But just then, your ears pick up something else. A short scrape of metal on rock jolts you upright. A movement just behind the cart. Its source becomes quickly apparent as a large orc rises from a hunched squat. Another steps from the dark just beyond another broken cart. their stance is wide and boisterous. And we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break because I really need to. I'll be right back.
Ah, perfect.
Oh boy. I'll be right back.
Is this how we're gonna die? After fighting so many great fights and now these 2 orcs I'm gonna slay us?
What do you roll?
Perception.
Yes.
All of us.
Yeah.
30-20.
A 14.
21.
They haven't moved since, but as the first orc stepped forth, there was the tiniest crunch of gravel in the shadow of the door behind you. Someone lying in wait. And the orc, in crude common, says,
This ours. We lay claim. You should leave.
Not even flinching at the creature I'm riding.
I just
Can we-
growl.
Oh,
Girl.
oh,
Sorry, go on.
can we leave that way?
stop and hold their weapons a little tighter.
You leave, but fast.
Can we walk right past you into the cave?
Yes.
I'm gonna start walking and see what happens.
Stay away from cards.
Walk by. Not questioning your claim here or anything, but did you take care of those yourself, or you just have claimed them first?
When came, they were dead already. But what's left is ours.
Fair enough.
Inside check. If they were dead already.
Walking inside check with disadvantage.
I'm already bad at those anyway. Let me see. Yeah, that is just I'm actually not bad at those, but it's still just a 13.
It's hard to tell. You kind of feel like they don't seem like the kind that would care to hide it if they did do this. But it's also somewhat dark. You definitely don't see any obvious deception.
Okay. I guess just to show them how badass we are, I'm just gonna try and stand up on the back of this creature and stand there perfectly straight with my arms crossed, not even needing them to keep my balance.
Give me a dexterity check.
Straight dexterity, or is it like
You
acrobatics
can
or
give me
something?
acrobatics.
How about a 26?
Please.
Yeah, you very confidently, arms crossed, just stand on the back of Hux's wolf form as they trot forward.
Just trying to emit like some kind of cold intimidation as we ride past.
Did you come from
Orcs.
in the cave?
At you as you pass by, and one of them, looking at you, just says,
You make good target for cave goblin.
Is that who you think took those out?
Probably.
What'd you know?
Did you come in here from further in the cave or just through the door?
You not need to know.
We're going in the cave.
Yes,
We're leaving like you said.
yes.
I'm just wondering if there's anything I should be, looking out for up ahead.
You're leaving while you still talking.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hard to argue with that one.
you carry on, throwing the occasional glance over your shoulder. Once you are a couple of feet away, the orcs begin to move towards the crate.
Probably some good supplies in this.
And you enter into the long tunnel.
We don't murder people just for
No,
supply.
I know. I'm just saying. If they had attacked first, then we could have gotten some supplies.
Yeah, true.
As we get out of sight, I just sit down again at some point. I was just so close to not just standing up, but like making like fucking wheelie or something on handstand.
You walk, descending again down the length of tunnel, stretching so seemingly endless in front of you. The tunnel walls stretch for miles in a straight line leading downward at the slightest slope. Is there anything you want to do as you travel down the tunnel?
I want to talk to Ablin. Hey, Ablin. Next time someone says to me, I'm a good target for someone, I want you to shoot a crossbow bolt right past me. I'm pretty good at catching those. And then I can show them that me being a target is nothing but a trap for those who target me.
Fair enough. I'll shoot you next time you say that. Someone says that to you.
Good.
Are you saying like nothing gets over your head, you're too fast, you'd catch it? Because that's what I'm hearing right now.
I wouldn't say nothing, but can deal with a couple projectiles.
How long does your wild shape last, Huxley?
3 hours.
You wander for 3 hours before you begin turning back.
probably just kind of sit down and wiggle around so that Shalay will get off.
Yeah, I will gracefully jump off. And of course, as a cat, land on my feet.
And kind of change back to the little gnome.
Lee, that's an interesting creature you were before.
Yeah.
Something you've seen?
No, it just kind of happens to look that way. I've seen similar things, but not quite like it.
Was wondering if that's something we have to worry about coming across down here.
Hopefully not.
Maybe they're tameable. I would like to have one of those.
Yeah, if you see something like that, you should probably just leave. Or you might grow another head yourself.
Oh.
Is that like a dog hydra?
Eventually, after a few hours of walking down the tunnel, you grow tired. Though time escapes you in the dark, it must be getting close to nightfall. You may give me another survival check.
In Hux we trust.
Again, almost an 20, 11.
Even in these tunnels, so far from the winds of the past, you do not escape the cold. Even in the still air, at least, the chance of rain is very minuscule here.
I suppose we should start a fire at least to stay warm.
You settle in for a long rest in the tunnel?
Are there side tunnels or spots that are better?
Not that you'd seen.
I'm kind of asking Huxley because
Also not that you'd seen.
I suppose in the tunnel then.
As we sit down, I'm gonna draw first a picture of that huge gate, and I want to draw like very small in the corner my companions right next to it to like show the scale in the picture. And on the next page I'm gonna draw this weird creature that I just was able to ride.
With yourself like T-posing on it.
And so, but what did it look like? Like more wolfish or doggish, or what were the faces like?
Kind of like a mix of wolves and more like cat-like, like tiger or like faces. Some hyena-like, just multiple like predators.
Yeah, for some reason in the picture, if anyone ever sees it, there's like no dog in it. There's all the other animals, but the dog or wolf is for some reason not in the picture.
You continue along the same... Oh, wait, hold on. I jumped the thing. As you wake the next day, the air is unchanged. The dark is unchanged. The cold you find clings to the ground. The heat produced by you and the fire in the night makes setting out a little bit more bearable. You continue along the same walls, along the same air. You begin watching the stone for patterns, as if to make sure that the patterns don't repeat, that you haven't somehow gotten stuck in a loop. You're unsure if you've been walking for days and it feels like a few hours, or if you've been walking for only hours and it feels like days. Slowly, the absolute silence of the tunnel has become a low rumble, a rhythmic creaking of stone. Though at this point you're unsure if it's really the earth you're hearing, or simply the rushing of your own blood, perpetuated by the stillness. And then the air begins to change. It feels fresher. The smell of wilderness returns. Along the walls, cracks begin to appear. Roots and lichen spread across the ground and along the walls. Moisture collects in tiny droplets that fall from the walls and ceiling like soft rain. Slowly, dim light begins to fill the tunnel, and it widens.
Bagger, I was going to note, as we're traveling down here at night, I'd like to spend at least a little bit of time trying to learn some basic phrases in draft.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of assume that I do that every night type of thing.
Okay.
¿Cómo te llamas? Me llamo Red.
Exactly. More like, come out or I'll shoot you. Or don't shoot me, I'm friendly.
No
In front of
comprendo.
you now stretches a vast cave. Far above, several hundred feet, at some points even miles, light and water fall into the cave, through cracks and canyons somewhere among the mountains, lending rays of muted light to the darkness of the underground. The flora is surprisingly lush and alien from anything you've seen so far. Moss covers most of the ground, at places wrestling with slime, molds, or lichen. The plants rising from the sea of green appear short and bulbous, instead of sporting leaves in the absence of light. There are trees, though not the kind of trees you'd know. Akin to large bushes, their trunks are thick and gnarled. Their canopies form a near uniform lattice, on which vines and large tufts of moss flourish above the ground. A few plants and trees seem to grow bulbous globes, shimmering a transparent green filled with a liquid. The air, while still, is rich with oxygen. Breathing comes to you easily, despite the moisture spread throughout the cavern by the waterfalls high up, dispersing in the air long before they reach the ground. It feels fresh and cool. It smells faintly of mold and earth. In comparison to what you'd expected, especially after the tunnel, it almost seems like a paradise. Far in front of you, as far as you can see past the forest condensing at your feet, the cave branches and separates.
Kinda like it here.
Oh, it's kind of nice.
I hope those nasty cave goblins or whatever that guy mentioned is not gonna show up.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about those.
Huxley, have you come through here before?
Yes? Have we?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Not
If you were
really.
to look at your map,
Mm-hmm.
this is the entrance you exited out of.
Right.
What do you mean your map?
Not
If you
really
look inside your brain,
familiar with these plants down here. Anything that we could potentially restock some supplies with?
There should probably be some creatures around. Can do a bit of foraging.
I've gone through my water supplies. I know everybody's got, some that we're all sharing, but
How high up is the waterfall?
The waterfalls are a mile almost up. It's this almost thin river that just falls through the rocky cracks in between the mountains. Just falling down and dispersing before even reaching the ground.
Does it look like we could potentially get up to the waterfalls?
At the cave ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
With flight, possibly, but still, if you were to fly up there, it's probably the better part of a day.
Okay. Not sure if we could reach the water itself. If we could see if there's other collections of water down here, or maybe something around some of the trees.
yeah, it could be. Looks like some of the trees have kind of big watery fruit things. I don't know.
Huxley, are you familiar with the globes on the trees?
No, not really.
I could see if they're possibly edible or hold water.
I mean, there's definitely some rivers and stuff around. Just have to search for it. It shouldn't be too hard to find.
Oh, maybe as we get further on in the day, then we'll see one.
On our way then, we can see about at least trying to get some of those things down and finding other supplies, possibly bits of wood we can use or other things like that.
A sudden rustling in the moss thicket of a nearby canopy catches your attention. As you turn, bulging white eyes stare at you from the dark, unmoving for a moment. The rustling then multiplies, and the swarm of wings, hastily flapping, signals the retreat of a flock of large, strange birds, deeper into the cavernous depth.
Can I use my reaction to shoot at one of them?
You can give me an attack roll with disadvantage.
14 to hit.
Roll me your damage.
Attack. 12 damage.
Your arrow strikes something and the swarm just disperses into the canopy and whatever shadows they can find. You see one of the birds almost limping in its flight, losing blood. It'll probably eventually die, but you're not quite sure how far it will go before then.
Can I try and put it out of its misery with another shot?
You can give me another shot at disadvantage. At this point, it's somewhat far away.
Because I have like multi-attack. Well, that's a 14. Again.
You shoot another arrow, and unsure whether or not you'd hit, or whether or not it just gave out. Faintly in the distance, you see the bird just drop.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try and pick this one up.
You split from the party.
I think it all
Don't
had
get
that
shot
function.
by goblin.
I mean, if it's... how far away is it? Couple... like 100 feet or more?
More than 100 feet, probably 200,
Okay.
250.
But yeah, I'm not waiting for the others. I'm casually strolling over there. If they follow or not, and try and get to the bird.
Do the others follow?
Probably.
Sure.
Please give me a perception roll today.
$19.
Okay. You make your way through the thickets of moss and bushes until you reach a long streak of blood along one of these trees. For a moment you search around, not being able to find the bird, until you, a few seconds later, see it bundled up a few feet into the forest.
How big is it?
Its body itself is about the size of a chicken. It has large wings that are almost twice the length of its body. It has a hooked beak set into a head that looks almost like a frog's.
Oh, guess it kinda looks tasty. I'm gonna salvage my arrows and pick up the bird. And if it's not dead yet, I'm gonna pull it out of its misery, and if it's dead, I'm just gonna take it and put it over my shoulder.
It's dead. If the arrow didn't kill it, the fall most certainly did.
And I'm gonna go back to the others. Hey guys, I think I found something for dinner.
Interesting looking creature.
What do you say, Huxley? Edible?
Yeah, should be fine.
Cool.
Good catch.
Maybe it's not much for us all, but maybe it makes a good stew.
Yeah, we'll see what the tree things are.
Yeah. Yeah, let's check out the trees if they have like some cool fruit.
So as we go along, can I just kind of like cover up on my broom and look at these globes of green stuff?
How high do you fly?
I don't know how high the globes, maybe 30 feet? If it's
Some of them are almost relatively close to the ground. The trees at most are 15, 20 feet tall.
So, yeah, maybe 10, 15 feet high then.
Mm-hmm.
I will investigate it first to look See if it's gonna like. I don't know if it looks like acid or something that's gonna hurt me. Before trying to pick one.
How versed are you in the ways of alchemy?
Mm.
Would you be able to identify acid?
Depends. Have you tried to clean up a vial of acid in one of my experiments before?
Yes, I have, and
You've
also I'm like,
definitely seen acid, but roll me your investigation roll.
I'm just like taking a stick and kind of poking it into one a little bit to see if it's sticking out. 11.
You poke the stick against the bulb, and it's almost rubbery. This translucent plant matter that's slightly green in tint. You can't really see if the liquid inside is also green or just tinted by the globe surrounding it. It doesn't react in any way as you poke it.
I guess I shall try to carefully cut one out without like puncturing the bulb.
You grab this round bulb and you cut it off, and when it connects to the lichen and moss covering the tree, you are now in possession of a bulb.
Bring the bulb down and hand it to Evelyn.
How structurally sound does the bulb feel? Like, if you push it too hard, is the entire thing gonna pop, or could you cut, like, how deep is the texture of this lining of the bulb?
The texture of the thing is almost a little bit like rubber, but moist. It's definitely plant matter surrounding the water. It seems relatively thick, almost 1 or 2 centimeters of plant matter. If you were to puncture it, it would likely leak, but it doesn't look like it would pop in any way. There doesn't seem to be any pressure on it in particular.
And I take a small knife and just kind of like make a small hole into it and see if I could get some of the liquid out.
Make it at the top or somewhere on the side?
The top initially, trying to think that I can pour it, but I don't want the liquid coming out immediately.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand.
Uh, 24.
With a sharp knife, you carefully cut a small hole in the top, which by itself is relatively easy. And as soon as you cut out a cork of a sort, the smell hits you. It smells slightly of decay, foul and sweet.
Well, as is. Probably not highly edible.
Let Huxley try it.
No, thank you.
I thought she likes dirty water.
Could I position a vial to try and tip some of the liquid inside into the vial?
You
Take a
can
look at it.
carefully pour out some of the liquid into the vial. As you examine the liquid, it also seems slightly greenish in tint. It is not just from the surrounding plant matter. The liquid itself is relatively clear, though not fully.
I have... Could I take, like, a little piece of ration to drop into the liquid to see how it reacts?
Okay. You drop a little bit of food in, probably some crumbs of hardtack. And as they hit the liquid, they, for a second, almost seem to float on top of it and then slowly begin sinking. But not dissolving.
Can I cork it and keep it for a bit?
Mm-hmm. You cork the vial.
Do I recognize the smell of any similar to any chemicals that I work with?
Roll me an intelligence roll. Not any chemical that you remember.
Well, wouldn't necessarily say it's good for consuming, as is at least. We could try and do a few simple tests and see if there's something that we can use it for.
Yeah, sure. We'll probably come across one of those rivers or something.
Can I pour out, like, enough for, like, 4 more vials of this so that I can have them?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you are left with deciding where to go. Huxley, of course, has his own map. Going north, this is what you just see from the surrounding area, would lead you along the left side of the tunnel, along the cave's natural bend until the cave split, similar to the routes south, taking you along the right. Shelter is likely easier to come by along the rock walls, but there is inevitably less water and less light from the fountains in the stone sky. The routes east carry you, at least initially, into the thick of the unknown wilderness, before the large sections of rock, like pillars and walls, begin dividing the larger cave system into its subsections and tunnels. Apart from the active flora and fauna, the encounter with the orcs serves as a reminder that you may not be alone down here, for better or worse. Old tunnels and mines could be found along any of the thousands of miles that span the underground. And if your time in the mines has taught you anything, it can be easy to lose your way without the stars and the sky directing your mind.
Huxley,
For clarification, this is somewhat what the map looks like. At least the initial part. There are these sections of stone that start breaking up the cave further down. But the cave itself already here in this part is enormous. Multiple miles long.
How many days since we entered the cave?
You stayed once in the tunnel, so at this point you are on the second day in the caves at least.
Okay. Do I have an actual map, or is this more like what I like have in my head?
That's what you have in your head.
Yeah.
I don't, unless you took the time to draw up a rough map, it would also be fine.
Probably not.
I believe, would there be a better way to go if we wanted to see if we could come across one of these rivers?
Don't think it would matter too much.
You can give me a survival check.
9.
You don't remember any specific locations, but you remember coming across them, so I guess if you were to follow the path that you came, there's definitely a chance that you'll find some.
So more north. Yeah, we can go that a bit further north, which should come across some there.
Right?
So you follow the path that you took initially?
Yeah.
Okay. You begin heading through the wilderness, slightly northeast. And you only travel for a few hours when the dim light already begins to fade. And like a fog rising from the ground, the darkness of the caves begins to settle again. Outside, it is slightly still day. As you look up to the source of the fading light, the clefts in the rock on the ceiling, you still see them alight, glowing in the now darkness of the cave. The sun must have shifted just far enough that no light from it falls this deep into the cavern. Like all of the cave walls, even the pillars, quote unquote, that separate the caves into sections, at this point still miles away, fade into the engulfing dark, leaving you with little in the way of tall landmarks to follow along your route. Also, I think I can hear myself echoing from
Caliban's
somewhere.
making an echo.
Oh. But how?
Oh. Is there anything you would like to do during this day of travel? As the darkness suddenly engulfs you, do you guys light a torch? Does anyone not have dark vision? And how far does your dark vision reach?
I have dark vision 60 feet.
60 feet from me as well.
Same.
We all have 60 feet dark vision.
Do you wander in darkness, or do you light a torch or any light of some sort?
I think I'd be hesitant to light a torch.
Yeah, probably.
At least that's Evelyn's opinion.
So you light a torch?
No, not to light
No.
a torch.
Okay.
But while we're going, can try and keep an eye out for any goblins or anything, other creatures that we might come across.
Okay.
First, it's mimicking you, then you need music.
The
Oh,
darkness,
wow.
60 feet out,
Throwing the
becomes
shade.
utterly unpierceable to your eyes. You walk along in your limited dome of vision, unsure of your greater surroundings. Please give me a group survival check, which is everyone just rolls survival, and we'll go by number of succeeded rolls.
Which kind of check?
15.
Survival.
Survival.
I can't roll above a 10 apparently.
And then those of you keeping out watch, please give me a perception roll with disadvantage.
Survival's 19.
My survival is 13.
10. And then perception at disadvantage.
I have a 10 on perception then.
17.
Ah, sadly, one of them was a natural 20.
Same.
But it's still a 17.
We're twins.
You keep your ears and eyes out into the dark. You don't see any movement in the dim, grayish hue that you see everything in right now. But then, 100 feet or so to your right, there's a rustling that brushes through plants. A twig that snaps.
Hold up a hand. Anyone out here?
Yeah.
Do we want to call out to it? We're there.
Just in case I hold my bow at the ready.
Please give me another perception roll at disadvantage, since you are still in the dark. The DC is 18.
Well, anybody or?
Anyway,
No, so close to actually getting it, but then it was a natural one.
At disadvantage again?
yes.
I literally rolled the same thing. No, actually I rolled the same thing, so
I got an exact 18.
same, 18. I'm losing all my nat 20s and I'm very sad.
You hear many sounds overlap in the cavern. You hear distant dripping of water, the squawking of birds, the screeches of bats, rustling in the canopies of crooked moss trees. But you hear all of them very faintly. Close by, initially you hear nothing. Then there's a shuffle of earth not too far behind you, and only for a moment. Then you hear it again, farther away this time, and faint among the backdrop of noise. And then you don't hear it again.
I look in the complete opposite direction because I had a natural one.
I think it might have moved on.
Let's try to go really quietly.
For a bit, good idea.
You try to stealth?
Mm-hmm.
Please give me a group stealth roll then.
Oh no, come on. 8.
Dirty 20.
11.
Two successes and two failures. You manage to stay somewhat quiet, though you're not exactly stealthy, and occasionally you do rustle a bush that you pass by. In general, you try to make as little noise as possible. And eventually, wandering slowly through the dark, you grow tired.
Should we set up camp?
Might be the best idea.
Yeah. Is there like a good spot down here?
If you're looking for shelter, you may give me a survival check.
Any place you know of, Huxley?
Let me, oh no. That's 24. Yeah, I probably do remember a really good spot nearby.
That's good then.
The cliffs and rock seem absent from the green depths that surround you. You know of no perfect shelter nearby, but you find a small clearing between a few particularly large bushels of moss-covered
Moss.
shrub.
The mosh pit.
It seems to provide some measure of shelter from vision and will keep the air slightly from dissipating the heat to the cold.
You need to
That
make
should
a
work.
fire, or is it warm enough without one?
It's still quite cold,
Okay.
though I'd say you can give me a survival check.
Me
Ellen's
again?
kind of picky. She's gonna probably be like, it's cold.
So I'm roll 22.
I'd say that you, Huxley, know that for you at least, the cold does not present any danger. However, you're not quite sure about survival in a group like this. So you're unsure about their constitution.
I don't know how quick do you freeze.
We'll just make a fire.
I mean, it's make a fire out of warmth, so making fire.
We try and grab some surrounding wood and stuff like that to make a fire.
We can. It all seemed kind of damp to me as I was walking along, but
The area is definitely somewhat damp.
I mean, I can look for wood.
Can't you, like, make the dampness go away like you can do with our clothes?
Yeah, not for that much wood. I mean, like, yes, but it's an 8. But it's like inside it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You forage for a while, but you find very little in terms of usable wood.
I think I can just make a fire.
If it's create
only
campfire, then it only lasts for a
Yeah,
minute.
it's only a minute. I can recast it every minute.
Well, that you don't get to sleep though.
Just
We-
make a fire,
just
it's
make
fine.
fires, yeah. That chicken's pretty good. I'm gonna call it a frog chicken, I guess.
You attempt. Okay, so
Frickin'.
you eat the frickin'.
The frickin'. The frickin'.
It doesn't have enough meat on it to sustain all of you for the day.
Can we make like a stew or something out of it?
Are there
Probably
like
could.
edibles down here? There's mushrooms. We could make a mushroom freaking stew.
The mushrooms are always like kind of
Surprisingly,
dangerous.
You didn't see many mushrooms around when foraging. You saw molds, slime molds, and plenty of lichen, but not any of the bulbous mushrooms that you used to.
Lichens are edible.
Yeah, the mushroom forest is further
Oh,
east.
okay.
Do you know if the mushrooms down here are edible?
It's a mix.
Some of them. Sometimes you eat them and they're delicious, and it's fine. And then sometimes you eat them and you start to see yellow cats grinning at you and insulting your mother.
Rude.
And then sometimes they just make you scream and want to scratch your skin off.
Oh,
Even ruder.
If there's a moment when Huxley doesn't look to me, I'm gonna change my appearance to a yellow cat that's smiling.
Wow.
So as soon as she looks at me again, I'm grinning at her.
That's
like this?
quite rude. Yeah, kind of like that. But they're also flying, and
Can you lend me that broom? No, just kidding.
We need to make dinner. Go on.
Okay. Can't blame me for having a little bit of fun at least.
Quick question.
Pretty boring so far.
Did you guys bring any cooking supplies?
I still have my iron pot.
I have painter
I-
supplies.
And I'm assuming that some of you have their mess kits.
Yeah.
I have
I never threw it away.
Yeah, you could definitely make a stew with your iron pot.
are there any turnips?
Oh no, not the turnips.
I have
You want to go looking for turnips?
utensils, by the way.
Yeah, let's check for turnips.
Okay,
The
so-
fabled turnip.
Does anyone go out foraging? Except for Red. You're tired. You just spent an hour or so looking for wood and you didn't find none.
Now I got this frickin' thing to cook.
I will just go out and check if I can find a little bit more meat for this stew we're gonna do.
I know that some lichen is edible.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go see if I can find anything to scavenge. Like some lichen and moss is fine to eat. But I'll pass off my cook's utensils to Rhett as well.
And I'm guessing in terms of water, you use your rations.
Yeah.
I will need one
The barrel. Hand over a barrel. Come on. It's at gunpoint. Hand over a barrel right. Okay.
By the way, because it would make sense, I would take the heavy water stuff and would put it into Red's bag. Because that
How exactly do you go about hunting in the dark?
I'm gonna go. I mean, I'm pretty good at smelling.
Okay, so you
I'm gonna try and
Make it
sniff
sense,
sniff
yeah.
out some tracks.
okay. In that case, give me a perception roll with advantage, and then a survival check. Evelyn, you can give me a survival check followed by an intelligence roll.
So what was the first check with advantage?
Perception.
Perception. Then that's a dirty 20. And the second one was survival.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually pretty decent. 21 for survival.
You step slowly through the underbrush, sniffing every now and then until you catch a scent. A scent that smells faintly of fur.
I'm gonna grab my amulet, so the smell turns into a visual cloud of red vapor for up to 1 hour. And that way I'm gonna follow the smell.
Do you move fast or do you try to stealth?
Stealth.
Roll me a stealth check.
$17.
You follow the smell visually as this red cloud sort of extends in front of you. Or I guess you'd see it right now as sort of a grayish cloud since your dark vision is in shades of gray. And carefully you step in between the many branches, roots and lichen that spread across the ground. Until in front of you, at a distance of about 50 feet, just past a tree, you see an owl on a branch.
Does the thing lead to the owl? Because I smelled fur and not feathers.
It leads for a moment past it, not directly towards it, but like almost directly in front of it.
I wanna sneak closer to see where the fur thing is, because as far as I know, birds that are carnivores, usually the meat is not that great.
Give me another stealth check.
I wanna see what else is there. As a 21.
You sneak closer and closer, at which point you suddenly freeze as the owl turns its head just in a half circle to the left and right, and in its beak you see a tiny rabbit.
I guess I'm gonna take a shot at the owl because I wanna have that rabbit. Or 2 shots because I have 2 attacks, I guess.
Roll me attack roll.
$16 and 29 to hit.
Roll me your damage. It is quite a large owl. It's not giant by any means, but definitely
17 damage.
okay. Yeah, I mean your arrow pierces right through the owl and it flops to the ground into the brush without any hesitation.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and grab the owl and the rabbit.
You grab the owl and the rabbit and make your way back.
Because I guess usually owls, as far as I know, probably not the best meat, but now that I got it,
Evelyn.
might as well cook it.
Survival was a 18 and intelligence is 19.
You find plenty of lichen around, and some of them with more thick roots, the ones that almost form a few bulbs themselves, you harvest. They should be nutritious enough to give you at least some food.
Well,
Your
gather
knowledge with
those.
plants tells you that it's unlikely for lichen to have any kind of venom or toxins.
I will bring that back to the camp.
Okay.
Fire going?
Require food from you. Do you throw the frog thing in there?
After butchering it? Question mark.
I'm assuming you butcher all of the things.
Just the full thing.
Whole owl, the whole frog
You
bird,
know.
and the full rabbit in there. I'm guessing you eat before settling in for a long night's rest.
Yep.
Yes, although I do want to mess a little bit with the liquid that I got from the globe. I want to check to see if it's dissolved the bit of food and hardtack that I put in there.
As you examine the vial by the light of the fire, you notice that none of the crumbs are left.
If I swirl it, has it changed like the consistency of the liquid?
It seems to be the same.
My out-of-game knowledge would tell me that that's likely then something acidic to be like some sort of like stomach acid. Would that match up with what probably Evelyn would assume?
I think Evelyn would assume some sort of acid,
Okay.
seeing as something organic got dissolved.
Right, probably not best to drink anything in the gourds.
Is it poisonous?
Probably acidic in nature.
Do you think I could coat my arrows in this and it would have an effect?
You could try. It might have to do like a concentration of it. But you could certainly try. I'll hand one of the vials to him.
I'm certainly gonna try and tinker with it. I'm not the best with something like this, but I wanna see if this works.
In the meantime, I'll try and see if I can't get using like the heat of the fire. Seeing if I can't get a more concentrated form of one of the vials.
You wanna sort of begin boiling it down? Okay.
And I'll do that before calling.
And I'm guessing you eat during this time.
Yeah.
As you boil the liquid in the small vial, you notice after a little bit of time this thin film, almost like green grease, begins to settle at the top of the water. As the water itself boils, it turns clear, though reduced in its mass.
I'll hand over the more concentrated one then to Soleil. This one might work better.
Oh, okay. I'll certainly try.
Maybe not use it on anything that you're planning to eat though.
Alright.
Eat and settle in for a night. Imagine we'd want to kind of keep watch.
Everyone, please give me a con save with advantage.
Mm-hmm. Advantage.
The DC is 12.
Success.
Wow.
Get that with advantage.
Anybody fail?
That was
It was an 11. I had advantage and +7 and I failed this.
The food, as you eat it, tastes well enough, but there's this extremely gamey aftertaste. Soleil, you start feeling nauseous, and just as everyone begins to settle in for long rest, you start retching. And you vomit.
No.
Well,
Shouldn't
guessing
have
something's not
Sh-
sitting right with you.
shouldn't have put the owl in there.
Do you want some magical tea?
I think this would be great, actually, right now. Get my stomach settled down a bit.
Make him a canister of soothing tea.
Yeah.
Or not a canister, a cup of soothing tea.
I don't know how much we have inside it, but
I guess we should roll for that.
Oh yeah, roll me 2d4, I guess. We never did that.
probably should have done that before we bought.
Yeah.
Effort. 6.
Okay, there's 8 bags in there.
Sorry, I already had the 2.
Oh, I see.
I rolled a 4.
Now there'll be 5.
The tea soothes you and takes some of the nausea away. However, you look at the food you spilled on the ground with a little bit of pain in your heart as you are just a little bit hungry, Soleil.
It's fine.
I can also create some
Can be
food.
hungry for one day. But you can also create food.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that.
You can create food, you can
probably
create
should.
water, you can create campfires. Why are we even carrying all this stuff?
Well, you didn't like my water, you probably won't like my food.
We might as well
Show us the food, and we can decide then, I guess. Sounds like a very neat ability.
Hugs will, like, go through his pockets, and some, in like, one of the many pockets, will find, like, a twig of mistletoe. And take it to... Oh wait, never mind, I didn't prepare that spell. You'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Oh, that's okay.
I thought I had switched another spell, but then I switched to a different one.
Pull out some of our rations.
I mean, if you would have prepared it for the day, I don't mind you having switched if you just forgot to do it in the beginning.
I was thinking of switching to it, but then I thought we probably wouldn't need it.
Okay.
It's
At
fine.
the
I'm
start, at
I'm
least.
just gonna wait for tomorrow, and then because I feel a little bit sick right now anyway, and then I can eat something. It's fine.
Instead, I prepared speak with plants. So if you want me to have a conversation with some bushes, then I can do that.
You can
talk to the
talk with plants.
Yeah.
Oh,
Huxley, you are wild.
Why? Okay, you can't talk with plants.
I mean, I can, but they just don't talk back to me.
Sometimes it can be really useful. They see
I can talk to animals.
I can also talk to animals.
Nice, and I want a fist bump. Huxley.
It's so funny. no.
So do you need some food to like?
No, it's fine. Just my stomach doesn't want food right now. I guess I can be a little bit hungry and eat a little bit more tomorrow then.
Alright. If you need to dive into the rations later on, it's alright.
Although I am a cat, so I could eat my own vomit. No, just kidding.
Oh no!
Oh,
I don't know if your body
Then-
wants
then-
that stuff.
Then everyone else is gonna lose.
Yeah.
Maybe not Huxley. He might.
I also might want to move my sleeping spot away a little bit from the vomit.
Probably not a bad idea.
Hmm.
Can you clean up vomit with prestidigitation?
Probably yes.
She probably. Alakazam, let's go.
Nice.
I can grow some flowers too.
Like edible flowers?
No, just normal flowers.
What good is it for then?
It's pretty. Then
Wait.
a flower appears in my hand.
I mean, I guess.
Certainly smells nicer.
True.
I can also tell you what the weather is outside.
Do you have keen
Not
mind?
right now, but
Good to know for the future.
Or at your location, so I can tell you what the weather is inside the cave.
I feel like we have a good idea. But yeah, maybe.
As it gets colder, it might be good to know what the conditions will be.
What kind of weather is it outside then?
I guess druidcraft.
It's 24 hours, right?
Yeah. It predicts what the weather will be for the next 24 hours.
I don't.
For the longest time as you look at this orb in your hands, you see only this almost dim darkness. As for a short moment, it grows a little brighter. It has a slight, almost cold hue to it before it vanishes back into darkness. But other than that, there's nothing particularly noticeable about it.
It's just a little trick.
What did it tell you?
Well, everyone would have seen it, I guess.
So the just blue orb or orb.
Yeah, just blue sky.
Right.
Well, we don't really have proof this is the actual weather outside, right?
I guess you have to trust.
I believe it's like it probably is.
I think we should all get some rest.
Do you set up watches?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How exactly do you set them up?
What do we need? 3 watches?
I think we do 4?
Four
It's 2 hours
Every
each,
one of you
right?
needs to rest for 8 hours, 6 of which needs to be sleep.
I'm gonna take the last watch because I stomach not feeling good. I need sleep right now.
Can you take the first watch?
I will take the second.
We can take the 3rd.
And then Soleil takes 4th, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I need someone to roll me a d20. Feel free to fire the cannon if you wanna.
Fire the cannon!
The cannon!
Can't see the cannon. I think it's invisible.
Oh, are they just
I just see the floating.
so
Oh.
weird?
There is the cannon. I think the tail end of the cannon
Yeah,
was in your.
probably.
Yeah. And it rolled a 7.
Okay.
That really looked like a 1 to me, but
Hmm.
it's good that it was a 7.
I'm pretty sure it was a 7. I don't know.
Yeah, it was when I hovered it. Yeah.
Okay, so Soleil, I'm gonna need one con save from you first.
That's better. Dirty 20.
Oh, okay. And then I need a con save from everyone.
26?
A natural 1.
Same.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
23.
Throughout the night, an echoing call can be heard in the darkness. Far up somewhere, far in the distance, but loud, making it hard to sleep. And then I need another con save, except from Soleil. And those who failed the first one, you get to roll with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Except for me. Okay, so I don't have to roll.
A natural 1.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Not amazing.
16.
13.
Red, you gain a level of exhaustion. You do
In the
not
middle of the
have
night,
any sleep.
is this call going on? In the middle of the night, there's just a random gunshot toward a call.
Do you
It just gets
actually?
so yes. Shut up. You stupid.
Will that be during your third watch, or
Yeah,
Just
probably during my
calling.
watch.
Continues undiminished. After that. Soleil, during your last watch, as you watch the fire slowly diminish, as the flame begins sputtering, a loud call suddenly echoes not too far above you. It's loud. The noise is at least the level of a thunderclap. You stare into the darkness above you, but nothing moves. You listen intently for another call, but none ever comes.
okay. I will just stay put. We'll look into the darkness and see if anything approaches. Ready to wake up my friends anytime.
You wake in the darkness, as you are at this point probably used to. The fire at this point has gone out, and everyone except Red has completed their long rest. The red hot coals of the fire still exude a comfortable warmth.
Right. Well, morning, everyone.
Morning. I feel much better today. How about... Oh god, Red, you look terrible.
I'm hunting crows today. What are the rest of you doing?
Probably help with that.
Oh, good. That was really annoying.
Massively so. I barely was able to sleep through it.
There are certainly some weird sounds down here.
Well, I suppose we best pack up and be on our way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fly on the broom today. I don't think I'm walking, to be honest.
It's fair. We'll pack up our, and begin to move along. Letting Huxley lead on.
You continue your travel along the low forest, beneath the canopies of the strange trees.
Looking out for any birds.
Please give me a survival check as a group. The DC is 15.
21.
12.
7, so yeah.
So was that 3 fails?
Yes.
Okay. Roll me a 1d8, please.
Six.
Sick.
After a
He's
few
trying
hours
to lead us
of you
along. We just have to
traveling,
look for birds.
the dim light slowly returns to the cavern. The outline of the cave walls becomes a little clearer, and the gigantic pillars of rock return to your vision. As the rock and the walls come into view, you realize that you have veered slightly off of your initial route, likely costing you a few hours of travel to correct.
That can happen sometimes.
Reds,
Yeah.
how high do you fly?
It's like 2 feet.
2 feet?
It's just instead of walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't feel like watching.
Just hoverboarding it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
well,
you're not
yeah.
crossing above the canopy lattice, right? Of trees
Oh,
above you.
no.
Okay.
I think both of us are on the lookout for birds.
Yes, definitely. Very much so.
Both of you give me a perception roll then.
A 7?
13.
Occasionally, as you wander through the forest, as I'm assuming you're not trying to sneak in particular.
Mhm.
Every now and then, as you push through a brush as a couple of twigs snap. You hear the flutter of birds, small wings, somewhere between the canopy or slightly above, just fleeing from your path.
Are they pro-like at any point?
We have a clear shot at any point.
True.
You do not have any clear shots. Usually by the time you notice the fluttering, they're already flying away. And usually there is some sort of vegetation in between you and them. None of them, however, seem to look like crows, at least any that you know.
Okay.
As you're only halfway to correcting your path back to your original route, after 3 hours, the light already begins to fade again. And as the light begins fading, you come upon a large cliff covered in roots and lichen, blocking the way. Please give me a survival check.
As a group or one check?
As a group.
Five.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Peter,
Oh boy.
So 7.
It's a 3.
The rock of the cliff seems to hold relatively firm with all of the lichen and root holding it in place. It seems like it would be easy to climb. Going around it would likely cost you even more time.
I guess I go floating up it.
Mm-hmm. Does everyone else then?
So it goes up.
Yes, there is a
Yeah.
cliff in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I try to climb it.
Yeah, me too.
In that case, please give me an athletics check with disadvantage.
That's a good roll. Natural 20.
Testing all your 20s, dude.
Yeah, natural 20 and...
comes, you're gonna have
Mhm.
none of them left.
but it's a dirty 20 with disadvantage, so that's good.
Mine is a 16 with disadvantage.
Okay. As you begin climbing the cliff, you realize that it's a lot more unstable than it originally seemed. In fact, the roots and lichen seem to have loosened the rock more so than they have held it in place. But both of you, instead of holding onto the stone itself, make use of the many roots to pull yourself off the cliff. And you manage to get up without any problems.
Did we just
You
leave
travel for
Evelyn
the
behind,
rest
or
of-
did she fly with a broom?
I'm guessing that she's on the broom
Okay.
with Rent,
She can grapple that
unless
whatever she wants.
she might have be right back and then notice.
Mm-hmm.
Just mute it.
She hates you. I'm assuming though with grappling hook and
Yeah.
Red.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a problem. You travel for the rest of the day as, again, you are in complete and utter darkness until you start feeling tired again.
Can I, throughout the day, Now that I'm not hunting for crows anymore, fashion plugs.
Sure. What do you fashion the earplugs out of?
I think probably I take some like scraps of, I don't know, like clothing. I have a healer's kit. Probably has like some
Bandages or
bandage
whatever.
type stuff in it that I can like roll up and then I
You
maybe
probably have wax as well.
right.
Okay. Give me a... God, what does this be? Arts and craft check.
I mean,
Give me a... intelligence, I guess?
if it's flat intelligence, it's a 9. Wait, no, that wouldn't be ability check. Yeah, I don't know. It's somewhere between 9 and 14.
Okay, yeah, you managed to fashion some true deer plants. That should do the job. Did
Then
you
show
start
me.
looking for shelter again? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then please roll me a survival check. Someone.
Hugs, hugs, hugs.
Trusty guide.
You just have the best survival.
23.
23. You search for a suitable shelter for almost an hour. And as you move past a curtain of long curled vines, you notice an odd collection of the gnarled trees. They've grown close together, and their intertwining branches and roots form a nearly spherical hollow in between them.
Perfect. That seems like a perfect spot.
Sure. Let's camp.
As you step inside, you see quick movement. A badger living in this hollow is trying to burrow its way out of the other side.
Yeah, get out of here.
Are you back?
Eat it, shoot it, eat it.
Oh, so someone wants to shoot it?
I don't know who stepped in the first action.
Likely Huxley.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so nobody shoots the badger.
I guess.
Oh?
And the badger burrows its way through roots and branches of the other side and runs off into the forest.
Bye, badger.
Camping out in this hollow for the night would likely provide the shelter you'd need.
I guess this time I cast Goodberry. And it's like kind of dark roots
What's the look?
grows. Oh,
They're black
Yeah.
and they almost look like they have an oily sheen. But they're not sticky. They're not slimy. They're just a very, almost like black pearls. These small, almost grape-like berries.
Yeah, you're right. We don't really like it.
I knew it.
Do they taste good though?
Yeah. But you only need to eat one and you're full.
Still a little
Still have
bit.
rations, right?
Yeah. I still want to try one of these, since I had this one evening I didn't really have much. Being full
You're
sounds
feeling
like
quite hungry, so-
yeah, being full seems like a good idea. I'm gonna try one of the berries.
Give me a constitution save.
$21.
Okay. You eat one and your stomach is immediately filled. Finally at rest. And you don't even feel nauseous. The berry itself tasted of almost nothing. You have this slight bitter aftertaste, but you are fully sated.
Well, it's much better than I thought it would be, I have to admit it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Thanks, Hux.
Rations, right?
We might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You spend the night in the hollow. How do you take your watches?
Same as last night.
Okay. Then I will need a perception roll from every one of you. And someone please fire me a d20.
Do
Natural
Yeah,
one on
disadvantage
perception.
What was that, Red?
it's a disadvantage through the rest? Yeah, it is, I think.
If you take it early, then yes. If you sleep the 6 hours and then have your watch, then I would say no. It's also I need you to roll me a contract, obviously. But let's see what happens during the night first.
That was a
It's
14.
I got a 9.
I got a natural one for the save, and the cannon was the 14.
Cannon was the 14.
Wait,
Okay.
what's the contract for?
Sorry, did you need a save?
That was a perception check, the natural one that I
Yes.
rolled.
Perception check for your watch.
That was also a natural one for me.
19.
So many nat ones
Mhm.
this session.
I know.
Also many natural 20s that no one cared about because it was all
I
at
had
disadvantage.
two that were disadvantaged.
Mm.
Okay. You sleep in the hollow, and throughout the night, nothing extraordinary seems to happen.
And at some point during my watch I wake up and I'm like, oh, gladly, I'm so glad nothing happened while I was asleep during my watch.
Also, however, at night looks at Slay. During the night, their appearance changes, where like all their features kind of disappear and they just become completely pitch black.
I was gonna point out that Evelyn spent a lot of her watch just watching Huxley.
Mm-hmm. It's actually like just a black blob, basically.
No, it looks like this. More or
Oh,
less.
oh, that looks cool.
Just obviously the clothes. But like horns and the tail appear.
Yeah, it's just a little curse. It's fine. Mar.
But immediately when they wake up in the morning, like, the appearance just changes again.
You
Yeah.
awaken early. Without a fire, it's a little bit cold. Although, within the hollow of the trees and branches, it's not entirely uncomfortable.
Right. Well, suppose we'll continue on.
Yeah, I feel better this morning.
Good.
Alright, let's move on then.
Yep.
I'll linger back a bit with Rhett while Huxley leads the way.
Huxley, please give me a survival check.
Oh boy.
What's wrong with the rolls? That's an 8.
Please roll me a 1d8. Oh, okay.
Why?
Even through the dark, you've managed to largely keep on the route you'd set. And you're making good headway into the cavern. Again, for about 3 hours, the dim light shines into the cavern as you travel along. And after the 3 hours, the light begins to fade again. Is there anything you do during the day?
Mm-hmm. While lingering back with Rhett. Rhett. I'm just a little bit concerned about our guide.
Super cursed, right?
Right, have you seen her at night?
Uh-huh. Like a blight demon. Well, yeah.
That's pretty accurate. And the food, the water. Not sure if it's related or not. But I've heard.
I'm pretty positive it is.
I've also heard of beings that can shift their physical form before. Not really, great stories.
So,
I'm trying to trust that Vidora had a reason for choosing her as a guide.
to be fair, Vidar is kind of a dark figure himself.
True, but I'm a little. There's just this bit of me that's just a smidge concerned that she's steadily poisoning us all. Or he's steadily poisoning us all.
Yeah.
I'd rather avoid eating or drinking anything that he gives us.
I don't think it's intentional, to be honest.
Possibly. Just be cautious. Watch your back around him.
Yeah, right. I can't tell if it's a he or a she half the time either. They're just switching around on me. I can't keep it straight. Don't feel bad about that.
It's a little confusing.
I know, right?
Wow.
You have been doing that, right, Freya? Like, it's been switching back and forth, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I mean, it feels appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Just-
saying,
Oh, sorry.
just watch. Be cautious. I'm not saying that there are specifically malicious intentions. I just don't think we need to. Like, I like them generally, but I'd rather not eat or drink anything that comes from them.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Alright,
It's a shame, because, pretty friendly overall.
right. Oh, for sure.
At the same time, louder from the front. May I have one of your berries? Was quite good last time.
Yeah, of course. They're really useful.
Yeah, I felt like full for the rest of the day yesterday. Was great.
Please give me a con save.
16.
You eat another berry, and just like before, there's a slightly bitter aftertaste. You feel full, but also you feel a little lightheaded.
Oh boy. Is there like... Are these like fermented or something? Alcohol in there? Whew, I feel a little bit lightheaded here.
I don't know, I've never noticed anything like that.
Whew! It's kinda great though.
Evelyn watching suspiciously from. Mm-hmm. Narrating the berries.
Just as the light fades during the day, you come upon a slight clearing, littered throughout with animal bones, rib cages, skulls, quite a few skeletons of dead animals lie scattered around the clearing. A path of lighter vegetation extends from the other side of the open space, the same direction as your route would take you. It would mean lighter and therefore faster travel, but the path could be the result of whatever happened in this clearing.
How fresh the bones are, or would we have to get closer?
You'd probably have to get a bit closer. You're not really at the clearing yet.
Mhm.
You're a couple of feet into the forest.
Oxley, have
The
you
bones are clearly visible.
come across this before?
Have I?
Give me a survival check. Or I guess history.
Hmm.
I think Freya wanted that survival check.
Uh-huh. I think that's a 9. Yeah.
This particular one, definitely not. But you've seen places like these before. Some animals just tend to sort of not have a burrow, instead just choosing a central place where they drag their prey to consume.
Right, must be the feeding place of some kind of animal.
Is there an easy way to get around it?
Like it's just in the middle of the tunnel, or like in a...
Well, right now you're still somewhat in open cave.
So you can probably just walk around it.
You could likely track around it. It would probably cost you maybe an hour extra, but you can give it a wide berth.
Right. Either we can just go off track a bit, or we try to sneak through it.
Not enough of a rush to go through it, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot of bones.
Saying we can deal with it.
Although, if I look in there, can I see like the remnants of any humanoid type creature?
You get a little bit closer to check.
Stealthily, yes.
Roll me stealth and then roll me investigation.
Stealth is a 14. Wait, investigation?
The bones.
I guess you're not close enough to. Yeah, you could roll perception.
It's 10 or 11.
What was the stealth?
14.
Okay. You step a little bit closer and try to make out some of the bones. The animal skulls are easily identified, but between them, you do see skulls that look humanoid in shape. There's quite a lot of dirt on many of the bones, but it definitely looks humanoid from the distance.
And are there like any packs? Clothing?
You see only bones to be clear.
I'll back away then. Probably not worth it. I didn't see any like packs or supplies or anything.
Alright.
There are probably some like bones that. Yeah, I mean, you know, humanoid type people.
What if you didn't see any supplies?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep
I mean, I
my
didn't get a great look. Like, you could try to get a better look. I was, you know, kind of low.
really jumping to, unless we have need for it.
No, yeah. Huxley, how close are we getting to that river you were talking about?
There's not like a big river, just small rivers and ponds hidden in the caves, kind of.
How far off are those?
Where are we about in the map?
Right now you are about. Oh wow, that's pretty big. Right next to that. And then
The third dot.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of search for water, look around. Should probably be able to find some if we spend some time.
We might as well if we're trying to go around this anyway.
Yeah, keep an eye out. See if we can
Yeah, sure.
find anything while we give this a bit of a birth. I'm gonna keep my crossbow out.
Do you actively search for water, or are you just keeping a lookout as you travel around?
We're also actively searching.
Actively searching would
Yeah.
probably increase the detour. It would cost you time.
Okay.
That's probably okay. I mean, like, no more than half a day?
You can give me how many hours you would search for one.
What do you think?
3, 4, something like that.
3 or 4?
4.
Then please roll me 4d20.
I don't want to roll anything more right now. Rolled like 4 natural ones back to back.
And 2 down.
Okay.
18.
You search for 4 hours, wandering through the forest, veering a good bit off of your path, looking for any sort of collection of moisture that could lead you further to water. You do not find any water immediately. However, not too far from you, on a large, almost massive rock, not like the pillars that connect to the ceiling, but one that is broken off halfway down. In the distance, you see just a tiny waterfall of water further east.
It's like there may be water up there.
I mean, we could fill everything we got up.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Say we're like halfway through our water supplies on the beach.
Yeah, makes sense to fill up.
We'll go ahead to the water.
You travel in the direction of the water for the rest of the day. You don't quite reach there before you start feeling exhausted. Do you want to push towards the water, possibly risking exhaustion, or do you want to?
Far does the water look?
Yeah.
With how far you traveled, at least as long as you had light and could see the water, you'd estimate it's probably a few hours from your current position.
Just to stop and like that.
And if someone is looking for shelter, please roll me a 1d20.
For the shelter or?
Huxley.
Just a straight D20.
Mm-hmm.
$18.
Along the path, as you diverted, you've seen a lot more large rock. One of the large slabs of rocks forms a small outcropping by its incline that would provide a good shelter, at least from the elements.
Seems like a good place to rest.
Well, let's set up there then.
Talking about rest, how long are we gonna play today? Cause my eyes are slowly falling down.
Okay, I'd say we round out the hour and then
Okay.
probably a good place to start. Do you make a fire?
sure.
Does it feel necessary?
Bless you.
Sorry.
There's your answer.
It's cold.
It's still relatively cold. Probably similar to how it was when you were camping in the hollow, except you were a lot more enclosed then.
You bet Soleil. You can bet that Soleil definitely wants a fire because he doesn't have his pillows with him.
Yeah.
Wow.
everyone would
Spoiled
vote.
adventuring party.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone would vote.
And please roll me your perception rolls for your watches.
16.
18.
12.
13.
The third watch was Huxley, right? And the fourth was Select.
Mm-hmm.
The third was mine.
Oh yeah,
That
the
was it?
third was red.
Yes.
What did you roll, Red?
16. Oh no.
Not the 14.
Okay. During your long rest, nothing seems to happen. You have a good night's sleep. As you wake, the air is slightly colder than anticipated, even with the fire.
Do you guys think it's getting colder?
It feels like it.
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Should be getting warmer.
Certainly wouldn't mind.
Well, let's go fill up on water and be on our way.
Sounds good to me.
You begin traveling. You travel for about 3.5 hours as the dim light begins to return. And in the slowly appearing light, you suddenly notice something small and glistening. A few particles floating through the air, falling slowly. You reach out to catch one, and it melts to water in your hand.
Snowing.
A snowflake. A few snowflakes are falling. Roll me an intelligence check.
Everyone?
Everyone who wants to.
Sure.
If you're
21.
unconcerned, you don't need to.
I'm very unconcerned.
Easy 8.
A 12.
What?
What did Aaron roll?
21.
Good thing we have at least one intelligent person in that group.
Evelyn, even if these were falling through the cracks in the sky, one of which is almost directly above you now, never would this many reach the ground. The humidity would likely dissolve them before they ever got to the ground. It's more likely that the dispersing waterfalls in the ceiling above are making these, which would mean that it's freezing up there right now.
That's quite unusual.
It's gotta be 'cause by something. would this be the time of year or altitude for it?
You're not 100% sure about how the weather in the mountains is faring during this time of the year, but it would appear to be a cold snap.
Right. Just be a weather situation, but everybody keep their eyes out all the same.
I guess my spell did predict cold weather.
True. What is it telling you now?
Guess I cast Druidcraft again.
As you cast Druidcraft, you see at first in the light a few tiny snowflakes falling. Then your globe turns dark and you see a lot of them falling. But near the end, the tumbling of snow slows and lightens.
Guess the snowstorm is coming up.
Right. Be swift then to collect our water and get out of here.
After now a few days of travel, you reach near the end of the first large cavern, and you begin passing by the high walls and pillars extending for miles up, vanishing partially in clouds of humid moisture that sometimes seem to build just under the rock dome of the underground. The terrain around you grows a little craggier. Larger rocks accumulate around the bases of these larger pillars and walls. And you wander between them, avoiding the sharp edges of stone. Then, just as you wander through a canyon between the particularly tall mountainous rock that you saw the waterfall from, a noise echoes through it. Faint, distant, but coming closer, you hear rumbling. But not from tremors in the earth. Something is breaking through the brush. Breaking branches and trees.
It's gonna be fine.
Any place that looks like we have quick shelter or can hide?
Which direction is it? Generally.
So we should move quickly.
Under the trees over there.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Grab my along.
This is like thick vegetation-ish, maybe?
Yes, relatively. Under here, you can sort of see this is the lattice of the trees as they form the sort of grid almost, upon which moss and other plants seem to flourish. These trees are the ones that grow the bulbs.
Hide in the trees?
Yeah, try.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll.
Yeah. Eight.
These.
Dirty 20.
23.
13.
There is suddenly a sudden rustle in the bushes right in front of you. And something breaks out of it just past the bulbous tree. But it's running ahead of the rumbling you're hearing. At the sight of you, as it turns, the monstrous-looking humanoid form stops dead in its tracks. Its beady eyes locked firmly on you for just a moment, as the Ettercap hesitates. A tree not too far from here snaps, and two more Ettercaps charge through the woods. The first one also begins running again, in an awkward four-limbed sprint. The Ettercap's pursuer is not far behind.
Yeah.
Snaking through the trees, upon its many limbs, occasionally slamming into them at high speed, it's charging. A Behir breaks through the trees.
Behir.
Catching up to the first Ettercap, and with one lunge, the Behir propels forward, swallowing the Ettercap whole. The rock to your right rumbles. A few pebbles fall down the cliff, clinking, as the head of another Behir rises above the for the sake of turn order, please everyone roll initiative.
Like 90% of my rolls today have been below 5.
Well, it's good then that that's where we end for tonight.
Oh no, Behirs are mean suckers. I remember that they can swallow people.
Well, they did just swallow an attacker.
Yeah, but yeah, like they can just
Hmm.
have like a swallow attack or whatever it's called.
Is there another one?
There are two.
Or why are
Yeah.
there 2 on the maps?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It is important to note that none of them have noticed you yet.
Yeah, but it's just a matter of time, probably.
They will when I go up in flames and turn into a huge monster and attack them.
Probably they would notice it.